the late 19th century, a time of great upheaval, when the old certainties of religion and morality were beginning to crack under the weight of new ideas. The air was thick with change, and in the midst of it all, Nietzsche's voice emerged, soft at first, then piercing, like a distant bell tolling in the fog. Born in 1844 in the small German town of Rurken, Nietzsche was a child of his time, yet utterly apart from it. His father, a Lutheran pastor, died young, leaving the boy to grow up in a household of women, his mother, sister, and grandmother, a quiet, introspective environment that may have nurtured his later solitude. Even as a young man, he was drawn to the depths of thought, to the questions that others dared not ask. He studied philology, the love of words, but his mind wandered beyond texts into the abyss of human existence. The world he inhabited was one of contradictions. Europe was still basking in the afterglow of the Enlightenment, with its faith in reason and progress, but beneath the surface, darker currents stirred. Industrialization had brought wealth to some, but alienation to many. Science was unraveling old myths, leaving behind a void where God once stood. Nietzsche, with his keen sensitivity, felt this shift deeply. He saw not just the death of God, as he would later proclaim, but the trembling uncertainty of a civilization unmoored. His early influences were as varied as the shadows that flicker across a candlelit wall. The ancient Greeks, with their tragic wisdom, spoke to him of life's beauty and brutality in equal measure. Schopenhauer's pessimistic philosophy, which saw the world as a ceaseless, blind striving, left an indelible mark on his young mind. And then there was Wagner, the composer whose grand, sweeping music seemed to capture the tumult of the human soul. For a time, Nietzsche believed art might be the salvation of a world losing its faith. But like all his passions, this too would darken and turn. As the years passed, Nietzsche's thoughts deepened, spiraling into the profound and often unsettling ideas that would define his legacy. He spoke of the Übermensch, the overman, a being who would transcend the petty moralities of the herd, who would create his own values in a world without divine meaning. It was a radical vision, one that rejected the comfort of universal truths in favor of the terrifying freedom of self-creation. But Nietzsche's path was not one of unbroken brilliance. His health, always fragile, began to fail him. Migraines, nausea, and eye strain plagued him, forcing him into long periods of isolation. He wandered through Europe, Switzerland, Italy, the French Riviera, seeking relief in the sun and the sea. And all the while, his mind churned, pouring out works that were as poetic as they were philosophical. Thus Spoke Zarathustra, his magnum opus, was written in a fever of inspiration, its lyrical prose echoing like a dream half-remembered upon waking. Yet, even as his fame grew, so did his loneliness. His relationships frayed. His friendship with Wagner soured into bitter disillusionment. The world, it seemed, was not ready for his truths. And then, in 1889, his mind broke. The details are hazy, lost in the dim light of history. Some say he collapsed in a Turin street, embracing a beaten horse and weeping. What is certain is that he would spend the last 11 years of his life in silence, cared for by his sister, while his words began their slow, inexorable journey into the future. And so, as the night deepens and sleep draws near, let us rest in the thought that Nietzsche's darkness was not mere despair, but a kind of midnight clarity, a call to face the abyss, and in doing so, to find within ourselves the strength to go on. His voice, though born in shadow, still echoes softly across the years, a lullaby for those who dare to dream awake. His words, like the quiet hum of distant stars, linger in the air long after they are spoken, inviting us to consider the weight of existence without flinching. Nietzsche's darkness was not a void to be feared, but a canvas upon which the most profound truths could be painted. In the stillness of night, when the world retreats into silence, his ideas unfold like shadows stretching across the walls of the mind, elongated, shifting, yet undeniably present. Consider the concept of eternal recurrence, one of his most haunting and beautiful thoughts. Imagine, for a moment, that every joy, every sorrow, every fleeting instant of your life will repeat itself infinitely, exactly as it was. Not as a punishment, not as a reward, but simply as the nature of existence itself. At first, the idea may seem oppressive, a weight too heavy to bear, but Nietzsche asks us to embrace it, to live in such a way that we would welcome the endless return of every moment. In the quiet of the night, this thought becomes less a burden and more a meditation, a gentle challenge to find meaning even in the smallest of things, to love life so deeply that its repetition would be a gift rather than a curse. And what of the Übermensch, the figure who transcends the limitations of conventional morality to create their own values? Nietzsche did not present this as a distant ideal, but as an invitation, one whispered softly to each of us in our solitude. The Übermensch is not a being of perfection, but of becoming, of constant self-overcoming. In the hush of evening, when the distractions of the day fade, we might sense the faintest stirring of this potential within ourselves. It is not a call to grandeur, but to authenticity, to live in alignment with our deepest truths, even when they defy the expectations of the world. Yet Nietzsche's philosophy is often misunderstood as a celebration of cold individualism, a rejection of all tenderness. But listen more closely, and you will hear something else, a profound acknowledgement of suffering and even a strange kind of compassion. He spoke of amor fati, the love of fate, not as resignation, but as an embrace of life in its entirety. The wounds, the losses, the moments of despair, they too are part of the tapestry. In the dim light of midnight, this idea softens, becoming less a demand and more a reassurance. We need not rage against what cannot be changed. Instead, we can learn to hold it gently, as one holds a fragile thing in the dark. His critique of religion, too, was not born of mere rebellion, but of a deep longing for honesty. He saw how easily dogma could become a crutch, a way to avoid the terrifying freedom of creating one's own meaning. But in the stillness, his words take on a different tone, not a dismissal of the sacred, but an invitation to encounter it anew, without the safety nets of inherited answers. The death of God, as he proclaimed it, was not an end, but a clearing of the sky, an opening for something yet unnamed to emerge. And then there is the will to power, perhaps his most elusive concept. It is not, as some have thought, a call to domination over others, but a recognition of the fundamental drive within all life, to grow, to expand, to flourish. In the quiet hours, this idea becomes almost tactile, like the slow unfurling of a leaf toward the sun. We feel it in our own quiet aspirations, in the way we reach for something just beyond our grasp, not out of greed, but out of an innate longing to become more than we are. Nietzsche's mind was a storm, but his words, when heard in the right light, can be a balm. He did not shy away from the pain of existence, but neither did he let it have the final word. Even in his darkest passages, there is a thread of hope, not the naive kind, but the kind that is hard-won, forged in the fires of doubt and despair. It is the hope of one who has stared into the abyss and found, not nothingness, but the faintest glimmer of something worth living for. As sleep draws nearer, let these thoughts settle like dust motes in moonlight. There is no need to grasp them tightly, no need to wrestle with their complexities tonight. They are here, floating in the air around you, waiting patiently for the moments when you are ready to meet them. Nietzsche's voice, though often fierce, can also be a whisper, a companion in the dark, reminding you that even the deepest questions need not keep you from rest. So close your eyes and let the weight of his ideas dissolve into the hush of the night. They will be here when you wake, not as demands, but as possibilities, gentle, open, and endlessly patient. For now, let sleep take you, knowing that even in dreams, the echoes of his philosophy linger, soft as a breath, deep as the sky. The river of philosophical thought flows onward, carrying us toward new shores of understanding. As the night deepens and the world outside grows quiet, let us begin our journey into the heart of Nietzsche's darkest philosophies, not as a challenge to keep you awake, but as a lullaby for the restless mind. His words, though often sharp and piercing, carry within them a strange kind of comfort, like the distant rumble of thunder that reminds us we are not alone in the vastness of the night. Nietzsche was a man who walked the edge of human thought, peering into the abyss of existence with unflinching eyes. Born in 1844 in the small German village of Rurken, his life was marked by both brilliance and suffering. From an early age, he grappled with questions that most of us dare not ask in the light of day, questions about meaning, morality, and the very nature of reality. His mind was a tempest, but within that storm, he found a peculiar kind of clarity, a way of seeing the world that was as unsettling as it was illuminating. At its core, this is not a call to domination or cruelty, as it is sometimes misunderstood, but rather a recognition of the fundamental drive within all living things, the urge to grow, to overcome, to become more than what we are. Imagine a tree, its roots pressing stubbornly through the earth, its branches reaching always toward the sun. This is the will to power in its simplest, most beautiful form. Nietzsche saw this force everywhere, in the smallest blade of grass and the grandest human ambition. It is not something to fear, but something to embrace, a reminder that life in all its chaos is always striving, always moving. Yet Nietzsche knew better than anyone that this striving comes at a cost. He spoke often of suffering, not as something to be avoided, but as a necessary companion on the path to greatness. "What does not kill me makes me stronger," he wrote, a phrase that has been echoed countless times, often stripped of its deeper resonance. For Nietzsche, suffering was not merely an obstacle to be endured, but a teacher, a sculptor of the soul. It is through struggle that we discover who we are, and it is through pain that we learn what we are capable of. This is not a superhero, not a figure of perfection, but rather a vision of what humanity might become if we dare to rise above the limitations of our current selves. The Übermensch is one who creates their own values, who refuses to be bound by the moral codes of others, who embraces life in all its beauty and terror. It is a lofty ideal, perhaps impossible to fully realize, but that is precisely the point. Nietzsche did not offer us easy answers or comfortable truths. He offered us a challenge to live boldly, to question deeply, to become more than we thought possible. And then there is the eternal recurrence, one of his most haunting and poetic concepts. Imagine, Nietzsche asks, that one day a demon whispered to you that you would live this life, with all its joys and sorrows, over and over again for eternity. Would you despair or would you rejoice? This thought experiment is not about literal reincarnation, but about how we choose to live in the here and now. If every moment, every choice were to repeat infinitely, would we live with regret, or would we find a way to say yes to life, exactly as it is? Nietzsche's philosophy is often seen as dark, and in many ways it is. He did not shy away from the harsh realities of existence, the suffering, the uncertainty, the absence of any divine plan, but within that darkness there is a strange kind of light. It is the light of honesty, of facing the world as it truly is, without illusions. And in that honesty there is freedom. As you drift closer to sleep, let these ideas wash over you like waves on a distant shore. There is no need to hold them too tightly, no need to solve their mysteries tonight. They are simply here, floating in the quiet of your mind, waiting for the moments when you are ready to return to them. Nietzsche's voice, though often fierce, can also be a whisper, a reminder that even in the darkest night, there is a glimmer of something worth waking for. So let go and let sleep carry you away. The questions will still be here in the morning, not as burdens, but as companions on the long, slow journey of understanding. For now, rest. The night is deep and the stars are patient. The night stretches on, vast and silent, and in this quiet expanse, Nietzsche's words unfurl like shadows cast by flickering candlelight, soft, shifting, but always present. There is a comfort in the darkness, a kind of intimacy with the unknown that his philosophy invites us to embrace. For even in his most challenging ideas, there is an undercurrent of something deeply human, a recognition that to wrestle with life's hardest questions is to touch the very pulse of existence itself. Consider his notion of the eternal recurrence, the idea that every moment of your life, every joy and every sorrow, will repeat itself infinitely. At first glance, this might seem like a weight too heavy to bear, a thought that could keep one awake in dread. But let it settle gently in your mind, like a leaf drifting to the ground. What if, instead of fear, this thought could become a kind of solace? What if it asks us not to despair, but to live in such a way that we would welcome each moment's return? Imagine the quiet power of that, a life so fully embraced that even its pains are woven into the fabric of something meaningful. And then there is the Übermensch, the figure who transcends the limitations of ordinary morality to create their own values. It's easy to hear this as a call to towering greatness, a demand to rise above the common fray. But perhaps it's also something softer, something closer to the way we might imagine ourselves in our most private, unguarded moments. The Übermensch is not a distant ideal, but a whisper within, urging us to shed the borrowed beliefs that no longer serve us and to find our own way forward, step by quiet step. Nietzsche's critique of morality, too, can be unsettling at first. He challenges the very foundations of good and evil, suggesting that what we call morality is often just a mask for weakness, a way to tame the wilder, more vital parts of ourselves. But here, in the stillness of night, let this thought soften. It's not an invitation to abandon kindness or compassion, but rather to question where these impulses truly come from. Are they chosen or merely inherited? To ask this is not to destroy morality, but to deepen it, to make it something alive and personal rather than a set of rules etched in stone. And what of suffering? Nietzsche does not shy away from it. He insists that it is not just meaningless pain, but the very soil from which growth emerges. What does not kill me makes me stronger, he writes, but this is not a callous dismissal of pain. It's an acknowledgement that even in our darkest hours, there is a slow, subterranean movement, a becoming, a transformation that we might not see until much later. In the quiet of the night, when the world feels heavy, this thought can be a companion. Suffering is not the enemy. It is part of the long, winding path toward who we are meant to be. The will to power, another of Nietzsche's central ideas, is often misunderstood. It's not merely a lust for dominance, but something far more subtle, a fundamental drive toward expansion, toward becoming more than we were. Think of it as the quiet force that pushes a seedling through the earth, or the longing that stirs in you when you dream of something beyond the everyday. It's not aggression, but vitality, the pulse of life itself. And in this moment, as you drift toward sleep, you might feel it in the gentle rise and fall of your breath, in the slow turning of your thoughts toward rest. Nietzsche's world is one where nothing is fixed, where all truths are fluid and open to reinterpretation. This can feel dizzying, like standing on a shore as the tide pulls the sand from beneath your feet, but it can also be liberating. If nothing is eternal, then everything is possible. The weight of absolutes lifts, and in its place is space, space to breathe, to question, to create. In the hush of night, this thought can feel like permission to let go, to release the need for certainty and simply be. And so, as sleep draws nearer, let these ideas settle like dust motes in a sunbeam, swirling gently before finding their place. Nietzsche's philosophy is not a demand to stay awake wrestling with unanswerable questions, but an invitation to rest in the mystery, to trust that the darkness is not empty, but full of potential. The night is long, and the mind, when given space, will find its own way through. For now, let go. The stars above are indifferent, yes, but they are also beautiful. The questions will wait. The answers, if they come at all, will come in their own time. And as you sink deeper into sleep, remember that even the darkest philosophies can be a kind of lullaby, a reminder that you are part of something vast, something ever-changing, something alive. So breathe, drift. The night holds you, and the silence is not empty, but rich with the unspoken. Tomorrow will come, and with it, the light. But for now, rest. The world will keep turning, and you, in your quiet corner of it, are exactly where you need to be. Let us now turn our minds, with peaceful curiosity, toward another aspect of this philosophical journey. As the night settles around you, and the weight of the day begins to dissolve into the quiet, let us gently step into the world of Friedrich Nietzsche, a thinker whose words often feel like shadows stretching long across the mind, yet shadows that, in their depth, hold a strange kind of comfort. His philosophies are often called dark, unsettling, even terrifying, but there is something profoundly soothing in their honesty, in their refusal to look away from the abyss. And so, as you prepare to drift into sleep, let these ideas unfold slowly, like the petals of a night-blooming flower, revealing their contours without urgency, without demand. Nietzsche's world was one of upheaval, of questioning everything that had been taken for granted. Born in 1844 in the small German village of Rurken, he was a man who carried within him both the weight of tradition and the restless need to break free from it. His father, a Lutheran pastor, died when Nietzsche was just a boy, leaving him with a sense of absence, of something unfulfilled, a theme that would echo throughout his work. The idea of God's death, which he would later proclaim, was not a celebration but a reckoning, a recognition that the old certainties had crumbled, and humanity was left standing in the ruins, unsure of where to turn next. But Nietzsche did not leave us without guidance. In the quiet of the night, when the mind is soft and receptive, his words can feel less like a challenge and more like an invitation to embrace the unknown, to find strength in the very absence of answers. This was not a call to domination or superiority, as it is sometimes misunderstood, but a vision of what humanity could become if it dared to create its own values, to step beyond the moral frameworks handed down by religion and society. The Übermensch is not a fixed ideal, but a becoming, a constant overcoming, a reminder that we are always in motion, always evolving. And then there is the idea of eternal recurrence, a thought experiment that asks us to consider: what if every moment of our lives, every joy and every sorrow, were to repeat itself infinitely? Would we greet this prospect with despair or with affirmation? Nietzsche's answer was a resounding yes asterisk, a yes to life in all its chaos and beauty, a yes that transforms even suffering into something meaningful. It is a difficult thought, yes, but in the stillness of night, it can feel less like a burden and more like a strange kind of solace. If everything recurs, then nothing is truly lost. Every whisper, every heartbeat, every fleeting thought is part of an endless dance, returning again and again, not as punishment, but as music. Nietzsche's relationship with suffering was complex. He did not shy away from it. Instead, he asked us to look it in the eye, to see it as a teacher rather than an enemy. "What does not kill me makes me stronger," he wrote, a phrase often repeated, though rarely understood in its full depth. For Nietzsche, suffering was not something to be avoided at all costs, but a forge in which the self could be tempered, refined. In the quiet hours before sleep, this idea can soften, becoming less a demand for resilience and more a gentle reassurance. That pain, too, has its place, its purpose, and that even in our darkest moments, we are being shaped, transformed. His critique of morality, particularly what he called slave morality, was another radical departure from the thinking of his time. Nietzsche saw traditional morality, especially Christian morality, as a system that glorified weakness, that taught people to deny their instincts, their desires, their will to power. But his alternative was not mere selfishness or brutality. It was a call to authenticity, to a morality that sprang from within, from a deep understanding of one's own nature. In the hush of night, this can feel like permission to release the weight of others' expectations, to listen to the quiet voice within, the one that knows what it truly wants. And then there is the will to power, perhaps the most misunderstood of Nietzsche's ideas. It is not, as some have claimed, a call to dominate others, but a fundamental drive he saw in all living things, the urge to grow, to expand, to become more than what one is. It is the force behind every creative act, every leap of the imagination, every moment of courage. In the dark, as sleep draws near, this idea can feel almost tangible, like the pulse of your own heartbeat, steady and insistent, reminding you that you too are part of this vast, unfolding energy. Nietzsche's later years were marked by illness and isolation, his mind eventually succumbing to madness. But even in his silence, his words continued to speak, to resonate. There is something deeply human in his struggle, in his refusal to turn away from the difficult questions. And perhaps that is why his philosophy, for all its darkness, can feel so comforting in the quiet of night. It does not ask for blind faith or easy answers. It asks only that we face the world as it is, beautiful, terrible, and infinitely mysterious. So as you lie here, wrapped in the soft embrace of the night, let these thoughts drift over you like clouds. There is no need to grasp them, to wrestle with them. They are not problems to be solved, but landscapes to be wandered, explored at your own pace. The night is long, and the mind, when given space, will find its own way through. Breathe, drift. The stars above are indifferent, yes, but they are also beautiful. The questions will wait. The answers, if they come at all, will come in their own time. And as you sink deeper into sleep, remember that even the darkest philosophies can be a kind of lullaby, a reminder that you are part of something vast, something ever-changing, something alive. So rest, the world will keep turning, and you, in your quiet corner of it, are exactly where you need to be. The night stretches on, vast and silent, as the weight of Nietzsche's words begins to soften at the edges, like shadows dissolving into twilight. There is something almost comforting in the way his darkest thoughts mirror the quiet of the evening. Both are deep, both are unfathomable, and both invite us to surrender. The mind, like the night, is a place of contradictions, where light and darkness are not opposites but companions, each giving meaning to the other. Consider the idea of eternal recurrence, Nietzsche's haunting proposition that every moment of your life will repeat itself infinitely. At first glance, it may seem like a burden, an endless loop of joy and suffering. But let it settle into your thoughts like a slow, steady rhythm. What if, instead of a curse, it is an invitation to live so fully, so authentically, that you would welcome each moment back with open arms? Imagine the weight of that choice, how it might soften the edges of regret, how it might deepen your appreciation for the smallest, most fleeting instance of beauty. The warmth of sunlight on your skin, the sound of laughter, the quiet comfort of this very moment as you drift towards sleep. And then there is the Übermensch, the figure who transcends the limitations of conventional morality to create their own values. It is easy to misunderstand this as a call to cold superiority, but listen more closely. Nietzsche speaks of becoming, of rising above the petty constraints of resentment and fear to embrace life in all its chaotic glory. The Übermensch is not a distant ideal, but a whisper within you, a reminder that you too can shape your own meaning. Even now, as your thoughts grow heavy with sleep, you are in the process of becoming, shedding the day's worries, surrendering to the quiet, allowing yourself to be remade in the stillness. But what of suffering? Nietzsche does not shy away from it. He insists it is necessary, even valuable. This is a difficult truth to hold, especially in the quiet of the night when pain feels most intimate. Yet, think of how the deepest lessons often come from the hardest moments. The way a broken heart teaches compassion, the way failure sharpens resilience. Suffering, in Nietzsche's eyes, is not an enemy to be vanquished but a teacher, a sculptor of the soul. And as you lie here, wrapped in the soft embrace of the night, you can feel it, the way every struggle you've endured has led you here, to this moment of peace. Now, let your thoughts drift to the concept of amor fati, the love of fate. Not merely accepting what life brings, but embracing it, cherishing it, as if every twist and turn were chosen by you. This is not resignation, it is a profound affirmation. The missed opportunities, the unexpected joys, the quiet nights and the stormy days, all of them woven into the tapestry of your existence. Feel the weight of resistance lift, the tension in your body dissolve. There is a strange freedom in surrender, a lightness in letting go. And what of truth? Nietzsche warns us that it is not some fixed, unchanging thing, but a shifting, elusive mirage. We cling to our certainties, our beliefs, as if they could shield us from the vast unknown. But the night does not deal in certainties. It is a realm of mystery, where the boundaries between dream and waking blur. Perhaps truth, like sleep, is not something to be grasped, but something to be experienced, a fleeting, intangible presence that slips through our fingers even as we try to hold it. As you sink deeper into the pillows, let these thoughts swirl and settle like leaves on a still pond. There is no need to resolve them, no need to force understanding. Philosophy at its best is not about answers but about questions, questions that linger in the air like the faint scent of lavender, soothing and subtle. Nietzsche's world is one of shadows and brilliance, of struggle and transcendence. But here in the quiet dark, his words lose their sharp edges, becoming instead a gentle murmur, a lullaby for the restless soul. You are not alone in these thoughts. Countless others have lain awake, wrestling with the same uncertainties, finding solace in the same paradoxes. There is a strange kinship in that, a shared humanity that stretches across time and space. So breathe, let go. The night holds you, as it has held philosophers and dreamers for centuries. The questions will remain, but for now they can wait. The darkness is not something to fear, but something to rest within, a vast and tender embrace. And as sleep finally claims you, remember this. Even in the deepest night, there is a quiet wisdom, a silent knowing that needs no words. You are exactly where you are meant to be. The universe unfolds as it should, and in that surrender there is peace. As your thoughts become more tranquil, we'll now explore another facet of this philosophical tapestry. The night is long, and the mind wanders, drifting through the shadows of thought like a boat on a quiet sea. Somewhere in the distance, the voice of Friedrich Nietzsche murmurs, not as a shout to shake the world, but as a whisper, a companion in the dark. His philosophies, often seen as fierce and unyielding, soften in the hush of night, becoming something more like a lullaby, a gentle invitation to rest, even as they stir the depths of the soul. Nietzsche's world was one of contrasts, of light and darkness, of struggle and the quiet moments in between. He spoke of the Übermensch, the one who transcends, who rises above the ordinary, but he also knew the weight of human frailty, the ache of existence. In the stillness of night, these ideas lose their sharpness, blending into something more fluid, more forgiving. Perhaps enlightenment in the modern sense is not about conquering the self, but about learning to rest within it, to find peace amid the chaos, stillness within the storm. Think of the figures who walked this path before us, not as distant giants, but as fellow travelers. Schopenhauer, with his deep understanding of suffering, saw the world as a place of endless striving, yet he too sought solace in art, in music, in the quiet moments where the will could be set aside. Nietzsche built upon these ideas, but where Schopenhauer saw resignation, Nietzsche saw possibility, not an escape from suffering, but a transformation of it. And then there are the quieter voices, the ones who remind us that enlightenment is not always a grand revelation, but sometimes a slow unfolding, like the petals of a night-blooming flower. The modern seeker may not find answers in dramatic epiphanies, but in the subtle shifts of perception, the way the mind softens as sleep approaches, releasing its grip on certainty. The concept of eternal recurrence, one of Nietzsche's most haunting ideas, becomes almost comforting in this light. What if this moment, this very night, this quiet breath were to repeat infinitely, not as a burden but as a gift? The thought invites us to linger, to savor, to find meaning not in some distant future, but here, now, in the gentle rhythm of the night. And what of the death of God? Nietzsche's proclamation, so often misunderstood, was not a cry of despair but an invitation to responsibility. If the old certainties have faded, then we are free, terrifyingly, beautifully free, to create our own meaning. In the dark, this freedom feels less like a weight and more like an open space, a canvas waiting for the first stroke of color. The modern world moves quickly, demanding answers, solutions, progress. But the night asks for none of these. It is a time for slowing, for letting the mind wander without destination. Nietzsche's darkest philosophies, when heard in this hushed tone, become not a challenge to overcome, but a companion to sit with, a voice that understands the complexity of being human. So let the thoughts come and go, like waves on a shore. There is no need to grasp them, to force them into shape. The night is patient, and so too can we be. The questions will remain, but for now they can rest, untangled, unresolved. And in that surrender, there is a kind of wisdom, a quiet knowing that needs no words. Sleep is near now, and with it, the gentle release of the day's burdens. The universe unfolds as it should, and in this moment there is peace. You are exactly where you are meant to be. The night deepens around you, wrapping the world in a hush that feels almost sacred. In this stillness, even the weightiest thoughts begin to soften, their edges blurred by the quiet. Nietzsche's words, so often sharp and demanding, now seem to dissolve into the darkness, not as a surrender, but as an invitation to rest, to release, to let the mind wander without the burden of answers. There is something profoundly human in the act of letting go. We spend our days chasing meaning, constructing narratives, building philosophies to shield ourselves from the vast unknown. But here, in the quiet hours, the need for certainty fades. The mind, so often a fortress of logic and reason, becomes a gentle stream, flowing without resistance. And in that flow, there is a kind of enlightenment, not the blinding flash of revelation, but the soft glow of acceptance. Nietzsche spoke of the eternal return, the idea that every moment, every joy and sorrow, will recur infinitely. It is a thought that can feel heavy, even terrifying, when faced in the light of day. But here, in the cradle of night, it takes on a different quality. If life is a cycle, then so too is rest. Each return is not a burden, but an opportunity to experience, to release, to begin again. The universe does not rush. It spirals patient and unhurried, and so can we. Consider the way shadows move across the walls as the night stretches on. They shift, dissolve, and reform, never the same, yet always familiar. Our thoughts are much the same, ever-changing, yet rooted in something deeper, something that persists beneath the surface. Nietzsche's call to become who you are is not a demand for constant striving, but a reminder that beneath the noise of ambition and doubt, there is a self that already knows, already is. Sleep, in its way, returns us to that core. The modern world often mistakes enlightenment for a destination, a prize to be seized after years of effort. But what if it is not a peak to be scaled, but a depth to be settled into? The darkness around you now is not an absence of light, but a different kind of clarity. In the absence of distraction, the mind can hear its own whispers, the quiet truths that daylight drowns out. Nietzsche's darkest philosophies are not meant to frighten, but to strip away illusions, to reveal the raw, unadorned truth of existence. And truth, when faced with an open heart, is not harsh, but liberating. You may wonder, in these moments between waking and sleep, what it means to live fully in a world that often feels fragmented, hurried, disconnected. Nietzsche's answer lies not in grand gestures, but in the small, unobserved acts of being. To feel the weight of the blanket, the rhythm of your breath, the slow dance of thoughts as they drift, this too is philosophy. This too is enlightenment. The modern obsession with progress, with always moving forward, forgets the value of pause, of stillness. But the night remembers, and so, as sleep draws nearer, let the questions rest. They will return as all things do, but for now there is only this: the quiet, the dark, the unspoken understanding that some truths are felt rather than known. The universe is vast, and you are a part of it, not as a stranger, but as something woven into its fabric. Nietzsche's darkness is not an abyss to fear, but a womb, a place of renewal. Breathe deeply now. Let the weight of thought dissolve into the hush of the night. There is no need to solve, to decipher, to conquer. The greatest wisdom often comes not from the mind's labor, but from its surrender. The stars do not struggle to shine, they simply are. And so, in this moment are you. Sleep is not an escape, but a return to the self, to the source, to the quiet pulse of existence that beats beneath all things. The modern world may rush and clamor, but here, in the dark, time slows. The questions can wait, the answers will come when they are ready. For now, there is only this, the gentle, unshakable peace of being. Let it carry you. The night holds you. And in that holding, there is everything you need. Drifting like a leaf on a calm stream of thought, let us now consider a different philosophical perspective. The night wraps around you like a silken veil, soft and weightless, as we begin to drift into the quiet depths of thought. There is something profoundly comforting in the darkness, a space where the mind can unfurl without urgency, where ideas float like petals on a still pond. Tonight, let us wander through the shadows of philosophy, not to disturb the peace, but to rest within its embrace. The East, with its ancient whispers of wisdom, offers a gentle counterpoint to Nietzsche's stormy brilliance, a reminder that even the darkest thoughts can be cradled in stillness. Imagine for a moment the quiet of a Zen garden, where raked gravel mimics the ripples of water and every stone is placed with intention. Here, there is no need for grand declarations or fierce struggles. The Taoists speak of wu y asterisk, the art of effortless action, of moving with the current rather than against it. Nietzsche's tempestuous questioning, his cries of God's death, his visions of the Übermensch, might seem at odds with such serenity. And yet in the East, even the most turbulent truths are met with a sigh, not a shout. There is a knowing here, a patience that does not rush to resolve, but simply allows. Consider the figure of the Bodhisattva, one who has reached the brink of enlightenment, but chooses to remain in the world, not out of obligation, but out of boundless compassion. This is not so different from Nietzsche's call to embrace life in all its chaos, to say yes asterisk to existence even in its most unbearable moments. But where Nietzsche roars, the Bodhisattva smiles. Where he demands strength, the East offers surrender, not as defeat, but as the deepest kind of strength. The Japanese have a word, mono no aware asterisk, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence. It is not a lament, but a gentle acknowledgement that all things pass, even suffering. Breathe deeply now and let these thoughts settle like dust in moonlight. The Chinese sage Zhuangzi once dreamed he was a butterfly, and upon waking, wondered if he was a man who had dreamed of being a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming of being a man. Such playful wisdom invites us to loosen our grip on certainty, to drift between states of being without fear. Nietzsche, too, danced on the edge of reality, questioning the very foundations of truth. But where he saw a void to be filled with will, the East sees a vastness to be rested in. The Hindu concept of Maya asterisk, the illusion of separateness, whispers that the divisions we cling to are but shadows on a cave wall. Nietzsche's loneliness, his fierce individualism, finds an echo here, but also a softening. For if all is one, then even the darkest night is part of the same boundless light. The Upanishads tell us, tat tivam asi asterisk, asterisk thou art that. You are not separate from the universe, you are it, dreaming itself into being. As you sink deeper into the cushions of night, let these ideas blur at the edges, like ink in water. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from craving, from the endless hunger for things to be other than they are. Nietzsche, in his own way, raged against the same chains, the moralities and illusions that keep us from living fully. But the East offers a middle path, a way to hold these truths lightly, like a lotus balanced on the surface of a pond. The Japanese poet Ryokan, a monk who lived in simplicity, once wrote, "Who says my poems are poems? My poems are not poems." There is a similar unraveling in Nietzsche's work, a tearing down of old idols to make space for something new. But where he wields a hammer, the East offers an open hand. Let your breath slow now as the night deepens. The Tao Te Ching murmurs, the soft overcomes the hard. There is no need to conquer these thoughts, only to let them pass through you, like wind through a hollow reed. Nietzsche's darkness need not frighten you. It, too, is part of the great turning of the wheel, the endless cycle of yin and yang. In the quiet between heartbeats, there is a space where all philosophies meet, where East and West, light and shadow, dissolve into the same silent mystery. You need not choose, nor decide, nor understand. The night holds you as it has held countless dreamers before, and in that holding, there is a wisdom deeper than words, a peace that asks nothing of you but to let go and be. Sleep comes not as an end, but as a homecoming. The stars do not hurry, the river does not resist, and neither must you. Rest now and know that all is well. The river does not resist, and neither must you. These words linger in the quiet spaces between thoughts, like the faint echo of a temple bell dissolving into the night. There is a profound surrender in the Eastern traditions, a gentle yielding to the rhythms of existence that mirrors the way moonlight surrenders to the surface of a still pond. In this surrender, there is no defeat, only a deepening into the truth that all things move according to a greater harmony, a dance older than time itself. Consider the Taoist sages who spoke of Wu Wei, the art of non-doing. It is not passivity, but a fluid alignment with the natural order, like a leaf carried effortlessly by the current. Nietzsche's will to power, with its fiery insistence on self-overcoming, may seem at odds with this. Yet beneath the surface, there is a shared recognition. That struggle arises only when we resist what is. The Taoist does not fight the river, the Nietzschean hero does not fight themselves. Both in their own way learn to move with the flow of life, even as they shape it. In the stillness of night, these distinctions blur. The mind, weary from its ceaseless categorizing, begins to soften. The Zen masters tell us that enlightenment is nothing more than seeing things as they are, without addition, without subtraction. No grand theories, no elaborate philosophies, just this. The breath entering and leaving, the weight of the body on the bed, the distant hum of the world outside. Nietzsche, too, in his most lucid moments, pointed beyond concepts. "Become who you are," he whispered, not as a command, but as an invitation to stop pretending, to cease the performance of a self that was never truly yours. There is a story of a monk who sat for years in meditation, seeking the nature of reality. One evening, exhausted, he simply gave up, and in that moment of surrender, he heard the sound of a single raindrop striking the bamboo outside his window. In that sound, the entire universe revealed itself. No effort, no striving, just the pure, unadorned suchness of things. Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, the idea that all life repeats infinitely, can be heard in that raindrop too, each moment complete in itself, yet endlessly returning. Not as a burden, but as a gift, an opportunity to meet life anew, without the weight of expectation. The night deepens, and with it, the sense that all philosophies are but fingers pointing at the moon. The moon itself remains untouched, silent, bathing the world in its cool light. The Buddhist speaks of shunyata, emptiness, not as absence, but as the fertile ground from which all things arise. Nietzsche's abyss, the void that stares back when we gaze too long into the depths, is not so different. Both remind us that beneath the surface of our constructed realities, there is a vast, open space, terrifying to the ego, yet liberating to the soul. In Japan, there is an aesthetic principle called yujin, the profound grace of the unseen, the beauty that lingers just beyond words. It is the shadow of a bird crossing the moon, the scent of pine carried on a breeze, the way a single candle flickers in a darkened room. Nietzsche's philosophy, for all its intensity, contains moments of yujin too. His Zarathustra descends from the mountains not with thunderous proclamations, but with quiet invitations, to dance, to laugh, to love the earth. The deepest truths are not shouted, they are whispered, like secrets shared between old friends beneath a starlit sky. The Hindu sages speak of Leela, the divine play of existence. The universe is not a problem to be solved, but a dance to be joined. Nietzsche's Dionysian spirit, with its ecstatic embrace of life's chaos, echoes this. Both remind us that seriousness is the last refuge of the ego. To truly live is to play, to move with the spontaneity of a child, unburdened by the need for meaning or justification. The night does not ask why it is dark, the wind does not question its direction, and neither must we. As sleep draws nearer, the boundaries between self and world begin to dissolve. The Advaita Vedanta tradition speaks of non-duality, the realization that the observer and the observed are one. Nietzsche's vision of the Übermensch, the one who transcends conventional morality, is not so much a rejection of unity as a fierce affirmation of it. To create new values is to recognize that all values arise from the same boundless source. The divisions we cling to, good and evil, self and other, are but ripples on the surface of a deeper, indivisible reality. The breath slows, the body grows heavy. In this liminal space between waking and dreaming, the mind is free to wander beyond the confines of logic. The Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi once dreamed he was a butterfly, and upon waking, wondered if he was now a butterfly dreaming of being a man. Nietzsche, too, danced on the edge of such paradoxes. What is real? What is illusion? The night does not answer. It simply holds the question, like a mother holding a child, until the need for an answer fades away. And so we return to silence, not the silence of absence, but the silence of presence, the quiet hum of existence itself. The Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree and realized that nirvana was not somewhere else, but here, in the midst of suffering. Nietzsche, in his solitude, discovered that amor fati, the love of fate, was not a resignation, but the highest affirmation. To say yes to all of life, the light and the shadow, is to find peace not in spite of chaos, but within it. The stars continue their slow arc across the sky. The earth turns in its endless dance. And you, dear listener, are part of this vast, unfolding mystery. There is nothing to attain, nowhere to go. Both point to the same truth, that wisdom is not found in words, but in the spaces between them, in the quiet, in the dark, in the surrender to what is. So let go, the night is here, and it knows what to do with you. The mind may still murmur, the body may still stir, but deeper than all that is a knowing older than thought. You are held, you are safe. And in this moment, there is nothing to do, nowhere to be, just this breath, just this heartbeat. Just this infinite, tender darkness, cradling you like the first and last night of the world. Rest now. The philosophies have spoken their piece, and now it is time for silence to take over. The east, the west, the light, the shadow, all are but waves on the same vast ocean. And you are the ocean. Sleep comes not as an end, but as a return to the source, to the unnameable, to the peace that has been yours all along. Close your eyes, the night is deep, and all is well. As your breath becomes more regular and your mind more serene, let us gently shift our philosophical gaze. The night settles around you like a soft, heavy cloak, and in this quiet space, let us begin to wander through the shadowed valleys of Nietzsche's thought, not with urgency, not with fear, but with the slow, meandering pace of a river finding its way to the sea. His philosophies are often called dark, not because they lack light, but because they ask us to step into the unknown, to question what we have always taken for granted, to stare into the abyss until the abyss stares back. But tonight we do not stare with defiance or dread. We gaze softly, as one might gaze at the stars, knowing they are vast and indifferent, yet finding comfort in their distant glow. Nietzsche's world is one where the old certainties have crumbled. God, he famously declared, is dead. But this is not a cry of triumph nor a lament, it is an observation, a quiet acknowledgement that the foundations upon which we built our morals, our meaning, our very sense of self, have eroded. And in their absence, we are left with a question: what now? The answer, for Nietzsche, lies not in despair but in creation. If the old gods have fallen, we must become the artists of our own lives, shaping new values from the raw material of existence. This idea, the death of God, is not a sudden revelation but a slow unraveling, a process that began long before Nietzsche put it into words. The Enlightenment chipped away at dogma. Science questioned the mysteries faith had claimed as its own, and by the time Nietzsche wrote, the world was already adrift. But where others saw emptiness, he saw possibility. The absence of divine meaning does not leave us in a void. It invites us to fill the silence with our own music. This is not a hero in the traditional sense, not a figure of brute strength or dominance, but one who has overcome the limitations of inherited morality, who creates meaning rather than receiving it. The Übermensch does not mourn the death of God. They dance upon the grave of old illusions, light-footed and free. Imagine, if you will, a being who has embraced life in all its chaos and beauty, who says yes to existence even in its suffering, because suffering, too, is part of the tapestry. And then there is the concept of eternal recurrence, perhaps Nietzsche's most haunting and poetic idea. What if, he asks, every moment of your life, every joy, every pain, every mundane and magnificent second, were destined to repeat itself over and over for all eternity? Not as punishment, not as reward, but simply as the nature of existence. How would you live if you knew this to be true? Would you despair at the thought of reliving your sorrows? Or would you live in such a way that you could welcome the repetition, even crave it? This is the ultimate test of amor fati, the love of fate, the embrace of all that life is. Nietzsche's darkness is not the darkness of nihilism, though he is often mistaken for a nihilist. Nihilism is the belief in nothing, the surrender to meaninglessness. Nietzsche's project was the opposite: to confront the void, and in doing so, to discover that we are the ones who give life its meaning. His philosophy is a call to wakefulness, to courage, to the creation of values that are alive and fluid, not carved in stone. But tonight, we do not need to rise to this call. Tonight, we can simply let these ideas wash over us like waves lapping at the shore, each one carrying a fragment of insight, a whisper of something vast and profound. The night is patient. The night understands. There is no need to grasp at these thoughts, to dissect them or force them into clarity. They are here, floating in the air around you, mingling with the quiet rhythm of your breath. And as you drift, you might wonder, what does it mean to fall asleep to Nietzsche's darkest philosophies? It is not to surrender to despair, but to rest in the knowledge that even the darkest thoughts are part of a larger whole, that the abyss is not something to fear, but something to acknowledge, even to embrace. The night does not judge. It holds all things equally, the light and the shadow, the joy and the sorrow, the waking and the dreaming. So let these thoughts settle into the background, like distant thunder or the murmur of a stream. They do not demand your attention. They simply exist as you exist, as the night exists. And in this existence, there is a kind of peace, a recognition that all is as it must be. The mind may wander, the body may sigh, but deeper than all that is a stillness, a silence that has been here all along. You are safe, you are held, and in this moment there is nothing to do but breathe, nothing to be but here. The philosophies have spoken, and now they too are ready to rest. The night is deep and all is well. The night deepens around you now, wrapping you in its quiet embrace, just as Nietzsche's words once wrapped around the edges of human thought, probing, questioning, but never demanding. There is a gentleness in this darkness, a softness that allows even the most challenging ideas to settle like dust in moonlight, weightless and without urgency. Consider for a moment the concept of eternal recurrence, the idea that all of life, every joy, every sorrow, every mundane and extraordinary moment will repeat itself infinitely. At first glance, this might seem overwhelming, even oppressive, but let it rest in your mind like a pebble sinking into a still pond. There is a strange comfort here, a reassurance that nothing is ever truly lost. Every breath you take has been taken before, and will be taken again, not as a burden, but as a rhythm, a pulse in the great heartbeat of existence. And what of the Übermensch, the figure who transcends the limitations of ordinary morality to create their own values? It is easy to misunderstand this as a call to cold individualism, but listen more closely. Nietzsche speaks not of isolation, but of authenticity, of becoming so deeply yourself that your existence becomes a kind of art. Imagine then the quiet courage of shaping your life as a sculptor shapes clay, not in defiance of the world, but in harmony with the raw material of your own being. There is no rush, no pressure. The act of becoming is slow, patient, like the growth of a tree or the erosion of a mountain. Now let your thoughts drift to the idea of amor fati, the love of fate, not resignation, not passive acceptance, but a deep, abiding embrace of all that life brings. The cold wind on your face, the warmth of a blanket, the ache of old memories, the sweetness of new ones, all of it, woven into the tapestry of your existence. To love one's fate is to surrender to the flow of things, to trust that even in darkness there is a kind of rightness, a kind of order. You may wonder in the quiet of this night about suffering. Nietzsche did not shy away from it. He saw it as the forge of strength, the fire that tempers the soul. But here, in the stillness, let us soften that image. Suffering is not an enemy to be conquered, nor a test to be passed. It is simply part of the fabric, like the shadows that give depth to the light. Without it, joy would be shallow, peace would be fleeting. But in its presence, even the smallest comforts, a sigh, a moment of rest, become profound. And what of truth? Nietzsche questioned its very nature, suggesting that what we call truth is often just a collection of metaphors, worn smooth by use. But in this moment, truth does not need to be sharp or certain. It can be as fluid as a dream, as gentle as a whisper. The truth of now is simply that you are here, breathing, held by the night, and that is enough. The will to power, another of Nietzsche's great themes, is often misread as a call for domination. But listen more deeply. It is the drive to flourish, to grow, to become more than what you were. And yet, growth does not always mean striving. Sometimes it means resting, allowing, letting the soil of your soul lie fallow so that new life can emerge in its own time. Even the mightiest oak began as a seed, patient in the dark earth. As you drift, you might think of nihilism, the idea that life has no inherent meaning. It sounds bleak, but there is a strange freedom here. If nothing is predetermined, then everything is possible. You are not bound by some grand design. You are free to create, to imagine, to find your own purpose, or to simply be without purpose at all. The universe does not demand anything of you tonight. It only asks that you exist as the stars exist, as the quiet exists. And so, the philosophies soften, their edges blurring like distant mountains at dusk. They are not here to trouble you, but to accompany you as old friends sit in comfortable silence. The night is patient. The darkness is kind. There is no need to grasp at understanding, no need to resolve or conclude. Everything is already as it should be. Your breath slows, your thoughts settle. The weight of the day, the weight of the world, dissolves into the hush of the hour. Nietzsche's words, once so fierce, now feel like lullabies, murmuring of strength found in surrender, of light hidden in shadow, of peace waiting at the heart of all things. You are safe, you are held, and in this moment there is nothing to do but breathe, nothing to be but here. The philosophies have spoken, and now they too are ready to rest. The night is deep and all is well. Let the silence carry you now deeper, softer, further into the embrace of the unknown. There is no need to fear it, for it is the same silence that cradles the stars, the same darkness that nourishes the roots of great trees. You are part of it and it is part of you. And so, the thoughts fade, one by one, like embers cooling in a hearth. The questions linger, but they do not demand answers. The mysteries remain, but they do not disturb. All that is left is the quiet, the breath, the gentle surrender to the night. Sleep comes not as an end, but as a return to the source, to the stillness that has been here all along. The mind softens, the body sighs. And somewhere beyond thought, beyond words, you remember, there is nothing to solve, nothing to prove. Only this, only now. The night is deep and all is well. The quiet contemplation continues as we move, like soft clouds across the evening sky, to another philosophical vista. Imagine for a moment the quiet hum of Nietzsche's darkest philosophies as they drift through the corridors of other disciplines, like whispers in an ancient library. His ideas, often shadowed and intense, ripple outward, touching fields far beyond philosophy, leaving traces in psychology, sociology, literature, and even the cold precision of mathematics. These connections are not always obvious, but they are there, woven into the fabric of human thought, waiting to be noticed in the stillness of contemplation. In psychology, Nietzsche's exploration of the unconscious mind predates Freud by decades. His concept of the will to power echoes in the depths of modern therapeutic practices, where the struggle for self-mastery and meaning takes center stage. Therapists sometimes speak of the shadow self, that hidden part of the psyche where repressed desires and fears reside, and here, Nietzsche's voice can be heard, urging us to confront what we would rather ignore. His insistence on self-overcoming mirrors the journey of therapy itself, the slow, often painful process of becoming who we truly are. And yet, in this darkness, there is a strange comfort. The acknowledgement of our inner turmoil can be the first step toward peace, like a storm that must pass before the calm can settle. Sociology, too, finds resonance in Nietzsche's critiques of morality and culture. His suspicion of herd mentality, of the unthinking adoption of societal norms, finds new life in studies of conformity and rebellion. The sociologist asks, why do we follow the rules we follow? Why do we cling to traditions that no longer serve us? Nietzsche's answer, that these structures are often born of fear rather than wisdom, invites us to question, to dig deeper, to see the invisible scaffolding of our collective lives. And in that questioning, there is a kind of liberation, a loosening of the tight grip of expectation. The night, after all, is a time when the rules soften, when the masks we wear by day can be set aside. Literature has long been a refuge for Nietzschean themes, from the tortured protagonists of Dostoevsky to the fragmented narratives of postmodern fiction. Writers have drawn on his ideas to explore the limits of human experience, to depict characters who teeter on the edge of meaning and madness. The novel, like life, is a tapestry of contradictions, joy and suffering, love and loss, creation and destruction. Nietzsche understood this duality, this dance of opposites, and so do the great storytellers. In the quiet of the night, as you drift between wakefulness and sleep, these stories merge with your own, blurring the line between the imagined and the real. Art, too, embraces the shadows Nietzsche so often dwelled in. The expressionists, with their distorted figures and raw emotion, capture the turmoil of the human soul. The surrealists, with their dreamlike landscapes, invite us into a world where logic falters and the unconscious reigns. Even in the stark simplicity of a black and white photograph, there is a hint of Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, the idea that every moment, every pain, every joy will repeat itself infinitely. The artist, like the philosopher, asks us to see differently, to find beauty in the broken, meaning in the meaningless. And as you lie here, your eyelids growing heavy, the boundaries between art and life begin to dissolve. Science, with its empirical rigor, might seem an unlikely companion to Nietzsche's poetic musings, and yet there are threads that connect them. Quantum physics, for instance, speaks of a universe that is far stranger than we once believed, where particles exist in multiple states until observed, where reality itself is fluid. Nietzsche's proclamation that there are no facts, only interpretations, finds an eerie parallel in the uncertainty principle. The scientist and the philosopher both stand at the edge of the unknown, humbled by the vastness of what they do not understand. And in that humility, there is a kind of peace, a surrender to the mystery. Mathematics, the most abstract of disciplines, is not immune to Nietzsche's influence. His love of paradox, of the tension between order and chaos, mirrors the elegance of a mathematical proof that balances precision and creativity. The fractal, with its infinite repetition of patterns, echoes his idea of eternal recurrence, the same shapes returning again and again, on smaller and smaller scales. Even in numbers, there is a kind of poetry, a rhythm that soothes the restless mind. And so, as these disciplines intertwine, Nietzsche's darkest philosophies become something softer, something more forgiving. The edges blur, the harshness fades, and what remains is a tapestry of thought, rich and intricate, but gentle in its complexity. The night is long, and the mind, untethered from the demands of the day, is free to wander these connections without urgency, without need for resolution. The psychologist's couch, the sociologist's data, the novelist's page, the artist's canvas, the scientist's lab, the mathematician's equation, all are touched by the same questions, the same longing to make sense of existence. And yet in the end, perhaps the answer is not to solve the mystery, but to rest within it, to let it cradle you like the darkness cradles the moon. The thoughts grow slower now, the connections more distant, like stars fading at dawn. There is no need to hold them tightly. They will return in their own time, in their own way. For now, there is only the breath, the quiet, the gentle surrender to the night. Sleep comes not as an end, but as a return to the source, to the stillness that has been here all along. The mind softens, the body sighs, and somewhere beyond thought, beyond words, you remember, there is nothing to solve, nothing to prove, only this, only now. The night is deep and all is well. Let your consciousness float peacefully as we transition to the next realm of philosophical insight. Imagine, for a moment, the slow descent into sleep as a journey through a vast and shadowed forest. The trees stand tall and silent, their branches weaving intricate patterns against the night sky. Each step takes you deeper, further from the waking world, into a place where thoughts lose their sharp edges and soften into whispers. This is the landscape of Nietzsche's darkest philosophies, not as a harsh light to blind you, but as a gentle darkness that cradles the mind, inviting it to rest. Nietzsche himself often spoke in metaphors, painting his ideas with images of mountains, abysses, and the sea. His philosophy was not meant to be grasped like a rigid truth, but to be wandered through, like a path that twists and turns, sometimes vanishing altogether, only to reappear when you least expect it. To fall asleep to his darkest thoughts is not to drown in despair, but to float upon the depths, carried by the currents of his words. Consider the metaphor of the abyss, one of Nietzsche's most haunting images. He wrote that when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. At first glance, this seems terrifying, a void that stares back unblinking, but there is another way to see it. The abyss is not just emptiness. It is also potential, the unfathomable space where new thoughts are born. To sleep is to surrender to that abyss, to let go of the need to understand and simply be held by it. The abyss becomes a cradle, rocking you gently into the arms of night. Then there is the metaphor of the eternal return, Nietzsche's idea that all things will recur infinitely, that every joy and every sorrow will come again, unchanged. At first, this might feel like a weight, an endless cycle with no escape. But think of it differently. Think of it as the rhythm of the ocean, the tides that come and go without effort, without resistance. Sleep, too, is a return. Each night you come back to the same quiet place, the same surrender. There is comfort in this repetition, a reassurance that some things endure, even in the darkest hours. Nietzsche also spoke of the Übermensch, the figure who transcends the limitations of ordinary human existence. Some see this as a call to relentless striving, to never rest. But what if the Übermensch is also the one who knows how to rest deeply, who understands that strength is not just in pushing forward, but in knowing when to let go? To sleep is to become, for a little while, weightless, untethered from the burdens of the day. In that surrender, there is a kind of transcendence. Metaphors of light and darkness weave through Nietzsche's work, but his darkness is not the absence of light. It is the fertile ground from which light emerges. Think of the way seeds rest in the earth, unseen, before they sprout. The darkest philosophies are like those seeds, holding within them the possibility of new understanding, but only if we allow them to rest, to settle, to take root in the quiet of the mind. The night itself is a metaphor for Nietzsche's thought, vast, mysterious, full of unseen movements. The stars do not hurry, they simply are. The moon does not struggle to shine, it reflects the sun without effort. In the same way, Nietzsche's ideas do not need to be conquered or mastered. They can simply be, like the night sky, something to gaze upon without urgency, without demand. And so, as you drift closer to sleep, let these metaphors soften around you. The abyss is not a threat, but a depth to sink into. The eternal return is not a prison, but a rhythm to be embraced. The darkness is not an end, but a beginning. Nietzsche's words, even at their darkest, are not meant to keep you awake, but to lull you into a deeper kind of awareness, one that does not cling, does not fear, but simply rests. The mind, like the night, knows how to hold both light and shadow. Thoughts come and go, like clouds passing over the moon. There is no need to chase them, no need to solve them. They will return or they will not. Either way, the night remains, steady and silent. And now, as sleep draws nearer, the metaphors blur, the distinctions fade. Nietzsche's philosophies, once so sharp and demanding, now feel like old stories told by the fire, their edges softened by time. They are not lessons to be learned, but whispers to be heard in the spaces between waking and dreaming. The breath slows, the body settles. The mind, no longer grasping, begins to float, carried by the currents of thought into deeper waters. There is no need to resist. The night is patient, the darkness is kind, and somewhere beyond all metaphors, beyond all words, there is only this, the gentle, inevitable surrender to sleep. The stars do not hurry, neither do you. The night is deep and all is well. As your body relaxes deeper into comfort, allow your mind to follow us into another domain of philosophical inquiry. And so, as the night wraps itself around you like a quiet embrace, let us linger a little longer in the space between thought and rest, where Nietzsche's once stormy philosophies now ripple like calm water. There is wisdom here, not in the way of rigid instruction, but in the way of soft revelation, something that unfolds as naturally as the petals of a flower in morning light. Consider for a moment the idea of amor fati, the love of fate. Nietzsche spoke of it as embracing all that life brings, the joy and the suffering alike, not as burdens to endure, but as threads in the tapestry of existence. How might this apply to the small moments of your own life? The missed train, the unexpected rain, the quiet disappointments that sometimes visit like old acquaintances. What if, instead of resisting them, you greeted them with curiosity, even gratitude? Not because they are pleasant, but because they are part of the whole, the unbroken flow of your story. As you lie here, breathing slowly, imagine your life as a river. Sometimes it rushes, sometimes it meanders, but it never stops moving. The rocks and bends do not obstruct it, they shape it. And so it is with you. The challenges you face are not interruptions to your path, they are the path. There is a strange comfort in this, a softening of the edges around your struggles. You need not fight the current, you need only flow with it. Then there is the concept of the eternal return, the idea that life, in all its complexity, might repeat itself infinitely. At first, this seems heavy, even oppressive. But let it settle into your thoughts like sand sinking in water. If this moment, this very breath, were to return to you again and again, how would you live it? Would you rush through it, or would you linger? Would you fill it with worry, or would you let it be exactly as it is? There is an invitation here to live as if each moment matters, not because it is unique, but because it is eternal. The way you touch a loved one's hand, the way you sip your tea, the way you watch the evening light fade, these are not passing things. They are the essence of everything. And what of the Übermensch, the figure who transcends the ordinary, who creates meaning where none is given? It is easy to think of this as something distant, something beyond reach, but perhaps it is simpler than that. Perhaps it is merely the act of choosing how to respond, how to interpret, how to rise above the petty grievances and small fears that so often cloud the mind. You do not need to be extraordinary to live extraordinarily. You need only to be present, to meet each moment with intention. The way a tree does not strive to grow, but simply grows, so too can you unfold into your own becoming without force. As sleep draws nearer, these thoughts may blur and blend, losing their sharpness, becoming more like dreams than ideas. That is as it should be. Philosophy, at its best, is not a set of answers, but a way of questioning, of wondering, of opening the mind to possibilities. So let yourself wonder now, what does it mean to be fully alive, to accept the darkness as well as the light, to find strength in vulnerability, joy in simplicity? There are no final answers, only the quiet hum of the night, the rhythm of your breath, the slow, steady beat of your heart. And in this space, there is no need for resolution. The questions themselves are enough. They are like stars, distant, shimmering, beautiful in their mystery. The night is deep and all is well. Sleep comes now not as an end, but as a gentle continuation. The thoughts will wait for you, patient and kind, ready to be revisited in the soft light of morning. For now, there is only this, the quiet, the dark, the surrender, rest. The world will keep turning, and you, dear dreamer, will keep becoming. The gentle unfolding of these ideas continues as we softly turn toward another philosophical landscape. Imagine, if you will, a quiet evening where the stars seem to hum softly in the sky, and the weight of the day begins to dissolve into the gentle embrace of night. It is in these moments, when the mind is neither fully awake nor entirely asleep, that philosophy whispers its most profound questions. Tonight, let us wander through the labyrinth of Nietzsche's darkest thoughts, not to disturb your rest, but to lull you deeper into contemplation, like waves lapping at the shore of consciousness. One of Nietzsche's most haunting ideas is the eternal recurrence. Picture this: you are sitting by a fire, the flames flickering in rhythms that seem almost familiar, as if you've seen this exact dance of light and shadow countless times before. Nietzsche asks, what if every moment of your life, every joy and every sorrow, were destined to repeat itself infinitely? Not just once more, but forever, in an endless loop where nothing changes, nothing is forgotten, and nothing is ever truly new. How would you live if you knew that this very night, this very thought, would return to you again and again for all eternity? Some might shudder at the idea, feeling the weight of inevitability pressed down upon them. But Nietzsche invites you to consider another possibility, that this recurrence could be a kind of liberation. If every moment must return, then every moment is sacred, every choice meaningful. To live in such a way that you would welcome the eternal return of your life is to live without regret, to embrace existence fully, even in its darkest corners. Now, let your mind drift to the parable of the madman. It is a cold morning, and a lone figure runs through the marketplace, lantern in hand, shouting that he seeks God. The people around him laugh, for they have long since stopped believing in such things. But the madman persists, declaring that God is dead and that we have killed him. What does it mean for God to be dead? Nietzsche is not speaking of a literal death, but of the collapse of the moral and metaphysical foundations that once gave life meaning. In a world where the old certainties have crumbled, where do we turn for guidance? The madman's anguish is not just for the loss of God, but for the terrifying freedom that follows. If there is no higher power to dictate right and wrong, then the responsibility falls upon us. We must become the creators of our own values, the architects of our own meaning. This thought can feel overwhelming, like standing at the edge of an abyss with no handrail to steady you. But Nietzsche suggests that this very abyss is where true growth begins. In the absence of ready-made answers, we are forced to confront ourselves, to ask what we truly believe, and to build something new from the fragments of the old. As you sink deeper into the cushions of your bed, consider the image of the Übermensch, the Overman. Nietzsche paints this figure as one who has risen above the petty concerns of ordinary life, who has overcome the limitations of herd morality and embraced the full potential of human existence. The Übermensch does not follow rules blindly but creates them. He does not seek happiness as an end in itself but finds joy in the struggle, in the act of becoming. Imagine standing on a mountaintop at dawn, the first light of the sun warming your face. Below you, the world is still shrouded in shadow, but you can see the path ahead clearly. The Übermensch is not a distant ideal, but a call to each of us to strive, to grow, to transcend the parts of ourselves that hold us back. It is a slow and often painful process, like a snake shedding its skin, but necessary for transformation. Now let us turn to the concept of the will to power. Nietzsche believed that at the heart of all life is not a desire for survival, nor for pleasure, but for power, not in the crude sense of domination, but as the drive to expand, to create, to impose one's will upon the world. Picture a tree growing in a rocky crevice, its roots splitting stone as it reaches for the sky. It does not grow because it must, but because it can, because life itself is a force that cannot be contained. The will to power is present in every act of creativity, every moment of ambition, every quiet decision to keep moving forward. Even in rest, there is power, the power to pause, to gather strength, to prepare for the next step in the journey. Finally, let us linger on the idea of amor fati, the love of fate. Nietzsche invites us to embrace everything that happens to us, not as something to be endured, but as something to be cherished. Imagine a potter at her wheel, shaping clay with careful hands. Sometimes the clay resists, sometimes it cracks, but the potter does not despair. She works with what is given, finding beauty in the imperfections. Amor fati is like this, an acceptance of life as it is, with all its twists and turns, its joys and its sorrows. It is not passive resignation, but active affirmation, a way of saying yes to existence in all its complexity. As these thoughts swirl gently in your mind, like leaves carried by a slow-moving stream, remember that philosophy is not just for waking hours. It is also for these quiet moments before sleep, when the boundaries between thought and dream begin to blur. Nietzsche's darkness is not meant to frighten you, but to deepen your understanding, to prepare you for the rest that comes after the struggle. The world will keep turning, and you, dear dreamer, will keep becoming. So close your eyes now, and let these ideas settle like dust in moonlight. There is no need to grasp them tightly. They will be here when you wake, or perhaps they will return to you in another life, in another eternal recurrence. For now, simply rest. Like stars appearing one by one in the night sky, let us now illuminate another dimension of this philosophical question. Imagine, for a moment, the eternal recurrence, one of Nietzsche's most haunting and beautiful paradoxes. What if every moment of your life, every joy and every sorrow, were destined to repeat itself infinitely, not just once more, but over and over without end? At first, this thought may feel heavy, even unbearable. But let us sit with it gently, like holding a fragile bird in cupped hands. The idea is not meant to crush you, but to make you ask, If this life were to return eternally, would you live it the same way? Would you greet each moment with the same choices, the same loves, the same struggles? Nietzsche does not offer an answer, only the question itself, like a lantern in the dark. Perhaps the weight of this thought is not a burden, but an invitation to live so fully that even the thought of repetition brings not dread, but a quiet, solemn joy. Now consider another puzzle, one that lingers at the edges of consciousness. The will to power. Nietzsche tells us that all life strives to grow, to overcome, to assert itself. Yet this is not mere domination, not the crude force of tyranny. Think instead of a tree reaching for sunlight, its branches stretching upward not out of greed, but out of necessity, out of the sheer will to exist. The will to power is subtle, woven into the fabric of being, but here lies the paradox. If everything seeks to expand, to assert itself, how can there ever be harmony? How can one will not trample another? Perhaps the answer lies not in opposition, but in the way a river flows around a stone, not by destroying it, but by finding a path that accommodates both. The stone shapes the river as much as the river shapes the stone. And then there is the death of God. Nietzsche's famous proclamation is often misunderstood. It is not a celebration, nor a simple dismissal. It is the quiet acknowledgement of a world unmoored, where old certainties have crumbled. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, starless night, with no compass, no map. It is terrifying, yes, but also strangely freeing. If there are no handed-down truths, then we must create our own. This is the task of the Übermensch, the one who embraces this emptiness and builds meaning anew. But here is the puzzle. How do we create values without falling into the same traps of dogma and rigidity? How do we avoid replacing one God with another? The answer may lie in constant questioning, in the willingness to hold our beliefs lightly, like sand slipping through open fingers. Let us turn now to the paradox of suffering. Nietzsche does not shy away from pain. He insists it is necessary, even valuable. Suffering, he says, is the forge of greatness. But how can this be? How can agony be anything but a curse? Think of a musician practicing a difficult piece, fingers aching, mind weary. The pain is real, but so is the growth. Without resistance, there is no strength. Yet this is not a call to seek suffering for its own sake. That would be another kind of madness. It is simply the recognition that ease is not always the highest good. The deepest valleys carve the tallest mountains. Finally, let us linger on the idea of amor fati, the love of fate. Nietzsche invites us to embrace everything that happens to us, not as something to be endured, but as something to be cherished. Imagine a potter at her wheel, shaping clay with careful hands. Sometimes the clay resists, sometimes it cracks, but the potter does not despair. She works with what is given, finding beauty in the imperfections. Amor fati is like this, an acceptance of life as it is, with all its twists and turns, its joys and its sorrows. It is not passive resignation, but active affirmation, a way of saying yes to existence in all its complexity. As these thoughts swirl gently in your mind, like leaves carried by a slow-moving stream, remember that philosophy is not just for waking hours. It is also for these quiet moments before sleep, when the boundaries between thought and dream begin to blur. Nietzsche's darkness is not meant to frighten you, but to deepen your understanding, to prepare you for the rest that comes after the struggle. The world will keep turning, and you, dear dreamer, will keep becoming. So close your eyes now and let these ideas settle like dust in moonlight. There is no need to grasp them tightly. They will be here when you wake, or perhaps they will return to you in another life, in another eternal recurrence. For now, simply rest. The tapestry of wisdom continues to unfold as we gently explore another philosophical territory. As we reach the quiet conclusion of these deep philosophical reflections, let us settle into the stillness that follows profound thought. The ideas we've explored, Nietzsche's shadows, his challenges, his call to embrace life in its entirety, are not meant to weigh heavily upon you, but but to soften the edges of your consciousness as you drift towards sleep. Think of them as whispers in the dark, gentle reminders that even in the depths of existence, there is a strange and beautiful comfort to be found. Consider for a moment the concept of eternal recurrence, the idea that every moment of your life will repeat itself infinitely. At first, this might feel overwhelming, even terrifying. But what if instead of fear, you met this thought with curiosity? What if you asked yourself, which moments would I gladly live again? Which would I reshape? And which, even in their difficulty, have shaped me into who I am? There is no need to answer these questions now. Let them linger in the back of your mind, like distant stars barely visible through the haze of twilight. Nietzsche spoke of the Übermensch, the one who creates their own values, who dances upon the abyss rather than shrinking from it. But tonight, you need not strive to be more than you are. You need only be here in this quiet space, allowing these ideas to wash over you like waves upon a shore. The sea does not rush, it ebbs and flows in its own time. So too can your thoughts move gently, without urgency, without demand. Amor fati, love of fate, returns to us now, softer than before. It is not a command, but an invitation. Can you imagine loving even the parts of your life that have brought pain? Not because the pain was good, but because it was yours, because it shaped the story only you could live. This is not an easy thought, nor is it meant to be. It is simply a thread to hold lightly as you wander the edges of sleep. The night is patient. It does not hurry you toward understanding. It allows you to rest in the questions, to dwell in the spaces between certainty and doubt. What does it mean to truly accept life as it is? Not with resignation, but with a quiet, steadfast yes. Perhaps it means seeing yourself as both the sculptor and the clay, shaping and being shaped in turn. Perhaps it means releasing the need for control, for perfect answers, and instead trusting the unfolding. As your breathing slows, as your body sinks deeper into the embrace of your bed, let go of the need to grasp these ideas tightly. They are not puzzles to be solved tonight, but companions for your journey into sleep. Think of them as lanterns flickering in the distance, illuminating just enough of the path to guide you without demanding your focus. And what of darkness? Nietzsche's philosophies often dwell in the shadows, but shadows cannot exist without light. Even the deepest night is pierced, eventually, by the dawn. For now, though, there is no need to seek the light. Rest in the darkness, knowing it is not empty, but full of unseen possibilities. The same is true of your own mind, vast, uncharted, endlessly fertile. You have carried these thoughts with you, turned them over like smooth stones in your hands. Now it is time to set them down, if only for a little while. They will wait for you, patient as the moon, until you return to them with fresh eyes. Or perhaps they will settle into your dreams, weaving themselves into the stories your subconscious tells in the silent hours. Sleep is its own kind of philosophy, a surrender, a trust, a release into the unknown. You do not need to know what lies on the other side of waking to let go. You need only breathe and allow the weight of the day to dissolve. The universe has been turning for eons without your effort. It will continue as you rest. So let your eyelids grow heavy. Let your thoughts dissolve like sugar in warm tea. There is no more to do, no more to ponder. The questions will remain, but they can keep their own vigil tonight. You are free to drift, free to release, free to fall into the waiting arms of sleep. May your dreams be gentle, your rest deep, and your waking moments greeted with the soft light of a new dawn. And may you carry with you, even in sleep, the quiet knowing that you are part of something vast, something eternal, something beautifully, imperfectly human. Good night, dear dreamer. The stars will watch over you. The world will hold you. And tomorrow, when you wake, the journey will begin anew. As you settle into the quiet of the evening, let your mind drift into the profound depths of Friedrich Nietzsche's philosophy. His ideas, like distant stars, shimmer with questions that linger long after you first encounter them. Have you ever found yourself lying awake, contemplating the nature of existence, the weight of morality, or the endless dance between chaos and order? Nietzsche's thoughts invite us to wander these timeless landscapes, not with urgency, but with a gentle curiosity. Imagine the soft hum of night surrounding you as we explore 50 of his most thought-provoking ideas, each one a stepping stone into deeper reflection. You might wonder how his words on eternal recurrence, the will to power, or the death of God could resonate in your own life. There's no need to grasp for answers tonight. Simply let these concepts unfold like waves lapping at the shore of your awareness. Before you fall asleep, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is in the comments below. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, introduced a profound idea that goes beyond simple survival, the will to power. He believed that life is not just about existing or meeting basic needs, but about striving, growing, and asserting oneself in the world. This force, the will to power, is the deep current beneath all our actions, pushing us to create, overcome, and expand our influence. It's not about dominance in a crude sense, but about the natural drive to flourish, to become more than we are. Nietzsche saw this will in everything, from the way plants reach for sunlight to how artists pour their souls into their work. Even in quiet moments of reflection or kindness, there's an underlying energy, a desire to shape our world and leave a mark. He argued that this impulse is more fundamental than mere survival. It's what gives life its richness and meaning. Think of a time when you felt truly alive, perhaps while pursuing a passion or standing up for something you believed in. That surge of purpose, that quiet fire, is the will to power in motion. Nietzsche's insight invites us to see our struggles and triumphs not as random events, but as part of a deeper, universal rhythm. As you rest tonight, consider this. What does your own will to power look like? Is it in the dreams you nurture, the love you give, or the small ways you grow each day? Next topic, eternal recurrence. Imagine reliving your life endlessly, exactly the same. As we explore life's deepest drives, consider this quiet thought. What if every choice you make, every moment of striving, were destined to repeat itself in an endless, peaceful cycle? Imagine for a moment that your life, every joy and sorrow, every choice and chance, would repeat itself endlessly, exactly as it has before. This is the heart of Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of eternal recurrence, a thought experiment he introduced in his book, Thus Spoke Zarathustra ***. It asks us to consider, if time is infinite and the universe finite, could everything that has happened happen again, in the same way forever? Nietzsche didn't present this as a scientific theory, but as a challenge, a way to measure how deeply we love our lives. If faced with the prospect of reliving every moment, unchanged, would we embrace it with joy or shrink from it in despair? The idea invites us to live in such a way that we'd welcome the repetition, to find meaning in our actions not just for now, but for all possible futures. This concept has roots in ancient philosophies, like the Stoics and some Eastern traditions, but Nietzsche gave it a modern twist. He wanted us to confront the weight of our existence, to ask whether we're truly living as we wish or merely drifting. As you rest here tonight, consider this. If today were to return unchanged, would you greet it with contentment? Would the small moments, the warmth of the sun, the sound of laughter, feel just as sweet the second time or the thousandth? And now let this thought drift away like a passing cloud as we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's profound ideas. Next topic, God is dead, the decline of religious meaning in modern society. As the cycles of eternal recurrence gently fade, let us rest in the quiet space where old certainties dissolve, like the fading echoes of beliefs that once shaped our world. Here, in this stillness, we find ourselves untethered from the anchors of the past, floating softly into the vast openness of a new understanding. Friedrich Nietzsche's declaration that God is dead is one of his most striking and often misunderstood ideas. He didn't mean it literally, as if a divine being had ceased to exist. Instead, he was observing the slow fading of religious faith as the foundation of meaning in modern society. In the 19th century, as science and reason advanced, traditional religious beliefs began to lose their grip on people's lives. Nietzsche saw this as both a crisis and an opportunity, a chance for humanity to find new sources of meaning beyond the old moral frameworks. His words carry a quiet weight, like the distant echo of a bell that no longer rings. Without the certainty of divine order, people were left to navigate life on their own terms. This can feel unsettling, like standing at the edge of an open field with no path in sight. But Nietzsche also believed this emptiness could be filled with something new, a chance to create our own values rather than inheriting them from ancient traditions. Imagine the quiet of a late evening when the world feels still and open. In that stillness, Nietzsche's idea invites us to reflect. If old certainties have faded, what will we choose to believe in now? The absence of an answer isn't frightening, it's an invitation to explore, to listen to our own inner voice as we shape what comes next. As you rest here, consider this. What values would you create if you were free to choose them entirely for yourself? Next topic, Übermensch, the ideal human who creates their own values. As the old certainties fade like evening shadows, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of new possibilities, where the absence of prescribed meaning invites us to become the authors of our own values, much like the Übermensch who shapes their world with quiet strength and inner light. Imagine a person who rises above the ordinary, not by following the rules set by others, but by crafting their own path. This is the Übermensch, a concept introduced by the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche in the late 19th century. The word itself means overman or superman, but it's not about physical strength or dominance. Instead, it describes someone who transcends societal norms and creates their own values, living authentically and fearlessly. Nietzsche believed that most people live by inherited morals, rules passed down through religion, tradition, or culture. The Übermensch, however, breaks free from these constraints. They don't seek approval or validation from others. Instead, they define what is meaningful for themselves, embracing life's challenges as opportunities for growth. This idea appears most prominently in Nietzsche's work Thus Spoke Zarathustra*, where Zarathustra, the prophet-like figure, teaches about the Übermensch as the next stage of human evolution. Think of it as a quiet revolution within oneself. The Übermensch doesn't rebel for the sake of rebellion, but moves beyond resentment and fear. They accept suffering as part of life's journey, using it to become stronger and more self-aware. It's not about perfection, but about continual self-overcoming, a gentle, persistent striving toward one's highest potential. As you rest tonight, consider this. What would it feel like to let go of external expectations and listen to your own inner voice? To shape your life not by what others demand, but by what truly resonates with your soul. The Übermensch invites us to dream of such freedom, one quiet step at a time. And now, let's drift toward another of Nietzsche's profound ideas, one that teaches us to embrace life just as it is. Next topic. Amor fati, loving one's fate, embracing life completely. As the Übermensch rises above old values to shape their own path, they also learn to embrace every moment with open arms, leading us gently to the quiet wisdom of Amor fati, where even life's twists and turns are met with deep acceptance and love. Amor fati, a Latin phrase meaning love of fate, is one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most profound and comforting ideas. It invites us to embrace every moment of our lives, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the struggles, as if we had chosen them ourselves. Nietzsche believed that true freedom and peace come not from resisting life's twists and turns, but from accepting them wholeheartedly. This concept appears in his later works, where he reflects on the wisdom of ancient Stoicism and transforms it into something deeply personal. For Nietzsche, amor fati was not just passive acceptance, it was an active celebration of life in all its complexity. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, watching the waves rise and fall. Some waves are gentle, others fierce, but each one is part of the same endless rhythm. Amor fati asks us to see our lives in the same way. Every experience, whether light or dark, contributes to the beauty of the whole. Nietzsche himself faced immense suffering, from illness to isolation, yet he found a way to affirm life despite it all. His words remind us that even in hardship, there is meaning to be discovered, a thread that weaves itself into the tapestry of who we are. As you rest here tonight, consider this. What would it feel like to greet each moment, each challenge with open arms, to whisper to yourself, "This too is part of my story, and I welcome it"? Amor fati is not about denying pain, but about finding a deeper harmony within it. Could there be a quieter, more resilient kind of joy in learning to love your fate? Now let us gently turn our thoughts to another of Nietzsche's insights, one that explores the hidden forces behind our moral beliefs. Next topic, master-slave morality, how power dynamics shape moral systems. As we embrace the flow of life with open arms, we begin to notice how our acceptance shapes not only our own path, but also the subtle dance of power and perspective in the world around us. This gentle awareness leads us to consider how different ways of seeing life give rise to contrasting moral landscapes, where strength and vulnerability each find their voice. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, introduced a fascinating idea called master-slave morality. He observed that moral systems are not fixed or universal, but often emerge from power struggles between different groups. In ancient societies, those in positions of strength, the masters, defined good as whatever affirmed their power, like courage, nobility, and pride. Meanwhile, the oppressed, the slaves, developed their own moral framework, valuing humility, kindness, and patience as virtues, partly in response to their lack of power. Nietzsche saw this as more than just historical observation. He believed these moral systems shape how we think even today. The dominant values in many cultures, he argued, still carry traces of this ancient conflict. The slave morality, with its emphasis on meekness and self-denial, became widespread through religions like Christianity, which Nietzsche saw as a way for the powerless to find meaning in their suffering. But Nietzsche didn't judge one morality as better than the other. Instead, he invited us to reflect on where our own values come from. Are they truly ours, or were they shaped by unseen forces of history and power? As you rest tonight, consider this. How much of what you believe to be right or wrong is a product of your own reasoning, and how much is inherited from the past? Next topic, perspectivism. All truth is interpretation from a viewpoint. As we reflect on how power shapes our moral compass, we begin to see that every belief is simply a perspective, one of many possible interpretations, each colored by its own quiet truth. Like shifting shadows in candlelight, what we call reality softly changes depending on where we stand. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast landscape, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The colors shift gold to orange, then deep purple, and you realize no two people see it exactly the same way. This is the heart of perspectivism, an idea from Friedrich Nietzsche that suggests all truth is shaped by our unique viewpoints. There is no single, absolute reality, only countless interpretations filtered through individual experiences, cultures, and biases. Nietzsche introduced this concept in the late 19th century, challenging the belief in objective truth. He argued that even our most cherished facts are colored by perspective, like light refracted through a prism. What seems true to one person may feel entirely different to another, and neither is wholly right or wrong, just different angles of the same infinite reality. This idea can be strangely comforting. It means the weight of absolute certainty lifts, leaving room for curiosity and openness. If truth is fluid, then misunderstandings become opportunities to glimpse the world through another's eyes. There's a gentle humility in accepting that no one holds the complete picture. As you rest here, consider this. What might the world look like if you could see it through the perspective of someone you've never understood? How would the edges of your reality soften? Next topic: the last man, comfort-seeking mediocrity as humanity's greatest danger. As we rest in the understanding that every truth is shaped by perspective, we might wonder what happens when all viewpoints settle into the same comfortable patterns, where the desire for ease quietly dims the spark of curiosity and growth. Friedrich Nietzsche introduced the concept of the last man in his book, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. It's a vision of humanity's possible future, one where comfort and safety become the highest values, and all struggle, risk, and greatness fade away. The last man is content with small pleasures, avoids discomfort at all costs, and no longer strives for anything beyond the ordinary. Nietzsche saw this as a profound danger, a slow decline into mediocrity where the spark of human potential is extinguished. In the late 19th century, Nietzsche observed the rise of modern comforts and conformity. He worried that society was moving toward a passive existence, where people would prefer ease over growth, security over adventure. The last man, he warned, would blink at the idea of greatness, asking only, "What is love? What is creation?" Questions that no longer stir the soul. For Nietzsche, true fulfillment came from struggle, from overcoming obstacles, and from daring to live passionately. As you rest tonight, consider this. Are there areas of your life where comfort has quietly taken the place of challenge? Where might you gently push against the easy path to rediscover something deeper? Next topic: Dionysian versus Apollonian chaos and order as creative forces. As we reflect on the quiet dangers of comfort, we might wonder, what lies beyond the safety of the familiar? Perhaps in the dance between chaos and order, between Dionysian passion and Apollonian clarity, we find the vibrant pulse of life itself. In the quiet of the night, let us gently explore one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most fascinating ideas: the duality of the Dionysian and the Apollonian. These two forces, named after the Greek gods Dionysus and Apollo, represent the eternal dance between chaos and order, emotion and reason, instinct and structure. Nietzsche introduced this concept in his early work, The Birth of Tragedy*, where he examined how these opposing energies shape art, culture, and even our inner lives. The Apollonian is the realm of light, clarity, and measured beauty. It is the world of dreams, where boundaries are clear and everything exists in harmonious proportion. Think of a serene temple, its columns perfectly aligned, or a calm, moonlit landscape where every detail is crisp and distinct. Apollo symbolizes the need for order, the human desire to make sense of the world through reason and form. On the other hand, the Dionysian is the untamed force of ecstasy, intoxication, and raw emotion. It is the wild revelry of a festival, the surrender to music that moves the body without thought, the deep, wordless connection to nature's rhythms. Dionysus reminds us that life is not just about control, but also about letting go, embracing the chaotic, creative energy that flows through all things. Nietzsche believed that great art and a fulfilling life arises from the tension between these two forces. Too much Apollo, and we become rigid, detached from passion. Too much Dionysus, and we lose ourselves in confusion. But when they balance, like waves meeting the shore, something profound emerges. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. Where do you find the balance between order and chaos in your own life? Do you lean towards structure, or do you sometimes long to surrender to the unknown? Next topic: the death of tragedy, how rationality killed profound art. As we rest in the balance between chaos and order, we might wonder what happens when one force overtakes the other, when reason dims the wild spark of emotion, and the deep beauty of tragedy fades into quiet stillness. In the quiet of the night, let's drift into one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most intriguing ideas, the death of tragedy. Nietzsche believed that ancient Greek tragedies, like those of Sophocles and Aeschylus, were profound expressions of human suffering and the chaotic beauty of life. These plays didn't shy away from darkness. Instead, they embraced it, allowing audiences to confront the deepest truths of existence. But something changed, Nietzsche argued, when rationality took center stage. With the rise of thinkers like Socrates, the world began to prioritize logic, reason, and clear answers over the raw, emotional power of tragic art. Nietzsche saw this shift as a loss, a move away from the messy, poetic depths of life toward a colder, more calculated way of understanding the world. Tragedy, once a mirror held up to the human soul, became diluted by the need for explanations and moral lessons. The profound gave way to the predictable. As you rest here, consider this. What do we lose when we try to rationalize everything? Is there still room in our lives for the kind of art that doesn't offer easy answers, but instead invites us to sit with the unknown? Nietzsche's words remind us that some truths are felt rather than solved, and that beauty often lies in the shadows as much as the light. Now, let your thoughts gently settle as we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's visions: the camel, the lion, and the child, 3 stages of spiritual transformation. As we reflect on how reason reshaped our deepest expressions, let us now turn inward, where transformation begins, like a quiet journey from burden to lightness, from old ways to new beginnings. Just as art evolved beyond tragedy, so too does the human spirit pass through its own metamorphosis, moving like the camel, the lion, and finally, the child. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, once described the journey of the human spirit as a series of transformations, like a camel becoming a lion and a lion becoming a child. This poetic metaphor, found in his work Thus Spoke Zarathustra*, invites us to consider how we grow and change over time. The first stage, the camel, represents endurance and burden-bearing. Like a camel carrying heavy loads across the desert, we often accept the weight of tradition, duty, and societal expectations without question. This is a necessary phase where we learn discipline and resilience. But Nietzsche suggests that true growth requires moving beyond mere obedience. Next comes the lion, a symbol of rebellion and self-assertion. The lion roars no to old values, tearing down the rules that once constrained it. This stage is about courage, about questioning what we've been taught and daring to create our own meaning. Yet even the lion's defiance is not the final destination. The last transformation is the child. Innocent, playful, and free, the child represents a new beginning. Unlike the camel or the lion, the child does not carry weight or fight battles. It simply is asterisk, creating and embracing life with curiosity and joy. For Nietzsche, this is the highest state, a return to lightness, where we are no longer bound by the past but open to endless possibilities. As you rest tonight, consider your own journey. Are you carrying weight, breaking free, or rediscovering wonder? Perhaps there's comfort in knowing that transformation is not a straight path, but a cycle of becoming. As the child embraces life with pure wonder, we too can rediscover the simple joy of curiosity, like a playful dance with wisdom, where every question becomes an invitation to delight in the endless mysteries of existence. In The Gay Science, Friedrich Nietzsche invites us to approach philosophy not as a heavy burden, but as a joyful pursuit, a dance of the mind. Written in 1882, this work carries a title that might surprise modern ears. The word gay here doesn't mean what it often does today. Instead, it reflects an older sense of lightness, cheerfulness, and even a touch of mischief. Nietzsche believed that deep thinking shouldn't be solemn or grim. True wisdom, he suggested, could be playful, even celebratory. Imagine philosophy as a walk through a sunlit garden, where each idea is a flower to be admired, not a problem to be solved. Nietzsche encourages us to embrace curiosity with a light heart, to question without fear, and to find delight in the unknown. This perspective was radical for his time, when philosophy often wore a stern face, weighed down by rigid systems and dogmas. Nietzsche, ever the free spirit, wanted to lift that weight and let thought breathe. But even this stark idea isn't meant to crush us. Instead, it opens a space for new possibilities, for creating meaning on our own terms. The joy of philosophy, Nietzsche suggests, lies in this very freedom to explore, to doubt, and to laugh at the seriousness of it all. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. What if the deepest truths are found not in solemnity, but in lightness? What if wisdom is closer to play than we've been taught? Next topic, the herd instinct, society's pressure to conform. As we explore the joy of thinking freely, we might also notice how often the world gently nudges us toward familiar paths, where the comfort of the crowd can sometimes dim the light of our own curiosity. The herd instinct, as Nietzsche described it, is the quiet but powerful force that pulls us toward conformity. It's the unspoken expectation to think, act, and even feel in ways that align with the crowd. In the late 19th century, Nietzsche observed how society rewards those who blend in and punishes those who stand apart. He saw this as a limitation, a way of dulling individuality in favor of safety and acceptance. Imagine a flock of sheep moving together across a field. No single sheep questions the direction, they simply follow. Humans, Nietzsche suggested, often do the same. We adopt beliefs, habits, and values not because we've deeply examined them, but because they're familiar and approved by others. This instinct can be comforting. After all, belonging feels safe, but Nietzsche wondered, at what cost? When we silence our unique thoughts to fit in, do we lose something essential about ourselves? Nietzsche's critique wasn't just about rebellion for its own sake. He believed true growth comes from questioning, from daring to step outside the herd and think independently. Yet he also understood the weight of loneliness that can come with it. The tension between belonging and authenticity is one we all navigate, often without realizing it. As you rest tonight, consider this. Where in your life do you follow the herd without questioning? And where might you gently, quietly, choose to walk your own path? Next topic, the ascetic ideal, denying life's pleasures as paradoxical power. As we release the weight of societal expectations, we may find an unexpected freedom in stepping away from life's distractions, where less becomes more, and simplicity reveals its quiet strength. This is the paradox of the ascetic ideal, where denying certain pleasures can open us to a deeper sense of peace and inner power. Friedrich Nietzsche explored many profound ideas, and one of the most intriguing is the ascetic ideal. This concept describes the strange power found in denying life's pleasures, turning away from comfort, wealth, or even happiness in pursuit of something higher. At first glance, it seems contradictory. Why would someone willingly embrace suffering or restraint? Yet Nietzsche observed that throughout history, from religious monks to philosophers, people have found strength in self-denial. It becomes a paradox. By saying no to life's immediate joys, they gain a different kind of control, a mastery over their desires. Historically, the ascetic ideal has deep roots. In ancient traditions, from Buddhism to Christianity, renouncing worldly pleasures was seen as a path to purity or enlightenment. Nietzsche questioned why this mindset became so powerful. He suggested that by rejecting the distractions of the body, people could focus on the spirit or the mind, creating a sense of purpose beyond mere survival. But he also wondered, does this denial stem from a fear of life itself? Is it a way to escape the chaos and uncertainty of existence? As you rest here, consider this. What does it mean to find strength in restraint? Is there a quiet power in stepping back from constant wanting, or does true fulfillment lie in embracing life's richness? The ascetic ideal invites us to reflect on the balance between discipline and joy, between holding on and letting go. Now let your thoughts drift as we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's ideas, the free spirit, a mind unbound by conventional rules. Next topic, the free spirit, thinking beyond conventional morality. Yet in letting go of worldly desires, we may find ourselves unbound, free to explore thoughts that dance beyond the edges of ordinary morality, like a spirit untethered by the weight of expectation. Here, in this quiet space of release, the mind can wander without limits, discovering new ways of being that feel both light and true. The free spirit is one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most inspiring ideas, a call to think beyond the boundaries of conventional morality. In the late 19th century, Nietzsche observed how society often imposes rigid rules and beliefs, shaping how people think and act without question. He envisioned the free spirit as someone who dares to step outside these inherited frameworks, exploring life with curiosity and independence. For Nietzsche, the free spirit is not rebellious for rebellion's sake, but seeks truth with an open mind. They question traditions, challenge assumptions, and refuse to accept ideas simply because they are widely held. This doesn't mean rejecting all morality, but rather examining it deeply, finding what truly resonates with one's own experience and reason. The free spirit values intellectual courage, embracing uncertainty rather than clinging to comforting illusions. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest where well-worn paths represent familiar beliefs. The free spirit chooses to wander beyond them, discovering new perspectives hidden in the untrodden undergrowth. Nietzsche himself lived this way, rejecting the religious and moral conventions of his time to explore philosophy with fearless honesty. As you rest tonight, consider this. Are there beliefs you hold simply because they were given to you? What might it feel like to examine them with the gentle curiosity of a free spirit? There's no need for urgency, just the quiet awareness that thinking for oneself is a slow, unfolding journey. Next topic. The revaluation of values, questioning inherited moral assumptions. As the free spirit soars beyond the boundaries of conventional thought, it gently begins to examine the very foundations of the values we inherit, like soft ripples questioning the stillness of a pond. This quiet inquiry leads us to the revaluation of values, where even our deepest assumptions can be tenderly held up to the light. Friedrich Nietzsche once invited us to reconsider the moral values we take for granted. He called this process the revaluation of values, a deep questioning of the inherited beliefs that shape our lives. Imagine, for a moment, how many of our ideas about good and evil, right and wrong, come not from careful thought but from tradition, religion, or societal norms. Nietzsche believed that blindly accepting these inherited morals could stifle our true potential. In the late 19th century, Nietzsche observed that many moral systems, particularly those rooted in Christianity, promoted humility, self-denial, and obedience. He argued that these values might have served a purpose in the past, but could now hold us back from living fully. Instead, he encouraged us to examine these assumptions, to ask whether they still serve us, or whether they might be limiting our growth. This idea isn't about rejecting morality altogether, but about finding values that resonate with our own experiences and aspirations. It's a gentle invitation to reflect. What do you truly believe in? Are your values yours, or have they been handed down without question? There's no rush to answer. Just let the thought drift through your mind like a quiet breeze. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how freeing it might feel to choose your own path, guided by wisdom rather than habit. And when you're ready, we'll explore another of Nietzsche's profound ideas, one that finds beauty even in life's struggles. Next topic, the birth of tragedy, art born from suffering and ecstasy. As we gently question the foundations of our values, we may find that even suffering holds a hidden beauty, like the way art blossoms from life's deepest struggles and most transcendent joys. In The Birth of Tragedy, Friedrich Nietzsche explores the idea that great art emerges from a delicate balance between suffering and ecstasy. Written in 1872, this early work of his delves into the dual forces of the Apollonian and Dionysian, two opposing yet complementary energies that shape human creativity. The Apollonian represents order, clarity, and form, like the serene beauty of a sculpture. The Dionysian, on the other hand, is wild, chaotic, and intoxicating, like the raw emotion of music or dance. Nietzsche believed that true art arises when these two forces intertwine, allowing beauty to blossom from the depths of struggle and rapture. He drew inspiration from ancient Greek tragedy, where heroes faced immense suffering yet found a kind of transcendence through their struggles. The audience, too, experienced a catharsis, a release of emotion that left them both shaken and uplifted. For Nietzsche, this was the essence of art, not mere escape, but a profound engagement with life's darkest and brightest moments. Imagine, for a moment, the last time you felt deeply moved by a piece of music, a painting, or a story. Was there not something bittersweet in that experience, a hint of sorrow mingled with joy? Nietzsche would say this is no accident. Art, at its finest, does not shy away from pain, but transforms it into something meaningful. As you drift into sleep, consider this. What would it mean to embrace both the light and the shadow in your own life, as the Greeks did in their tragedies? Could there be beauty waiting to be discovered even in your struggles? Now let your thoughts gently settle as we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's insights. Next topic, the use and abuse of history, how the past can paralyze us. As we reflect on how suffering and ecstasy give birth to art, we might also consider how the weight of history shapes our present, sometimes lifting us with wisdom, other times holding us back like an anchor in time. Friedrich Nietzsche once explored how our relationship with history can shape and sometimes burden our lives. In his essay on the use and abuse of history for life asterisk, he suggests that while remembering the past can be valuable, dwelling on it too much can paralyze us. The past, he argues, should serve life, not dominate it. Too much history can make us hesitant, unable to act in the present because we are weighed down by what came before. Nietzsche wrote this in the 19th century, a time when Europe was deeply fascinated by history, collecting artifacts, studying ancient texts, and romanticizing bygone eras. But he warned that this obsession could stifle creativity and progress. Like a person who spends all their time reading old letters instead of writing new ones, we risk becoming spectators rather than creators of our own lives. Yet Nietzsche also recognized that history, when used wisely, can inspire and guide us. The key is balance, learning from the past without letting it dictate our future. Some memories are worth carrying forward, while others are better left behind. As you rest tonight, consider this. Are there moments from your own past that hold you back more than they help you move forward? What would it feel like to loosen their grip just a little and make space for something new? Next topic, the weight of the past, why tradition can be oppressive. As we release the grip of history's paralyzing hold, we begin to notice how the past lingers in traditions, sometimes cradling us, sometimes pressing down like a heavy blanket. Let's gently explore how these inherited ways can become burdens, weighing on the present like an echo that no longer serves us. Friedrich Nietzsche once observed how the past can feel like a heavy weight upon our shoulders. He believed that tradition, while comforting to some, could also become oppressive, like chains that hold us back from thinking freely or living authentically. In the 19th century, when Nietzsche wrote, Europe was deeply shaped by religious and moral traditions that dictated how people should live, think, and even feel. He questioned whether blindly following these inherited values truly served human flourishing, or if they simply kept us trapped in old ways of being. Nietzsche suggested that tradition often carries an unspoken demand. Obey without questioning. Over time, these inherited beliefs can stifle creativity, curiosity, and the courage to explore new paths. Think of how customs, rituals, and even societal expectations can shape our lives without us ever stopping to ask, do these still serve us? Or are we carrying them forward simply because they've always been there? Yet Nietzsche wasn't advocating for reckless rebellion. He simply invited us to examine the weight of the past with clear eyes. What if we could honor tradition without being enslaved by it? What if we could choose which parts of the past to carry forward and which to gently set down? As you rest tonight, consider this. Are there beliefs or habits you've inherited that no longer feel like your own? And if so, might there be freedom in letting them go? Now, as we prepare to drift further into Nietzsche's ideas, we turn to a lighter thought, one that invites us to see life with fresh eyes. Next topic. The innocence of becoming, seeing life without moral judgment. As we release the heavy layers of the past, we begin to see life with fresh eyes, like a child, unburdened by judgment, simply watching the world unfold in its endless becoming. Imagine for a moment a world where nothing is labeled as good or bad, where every event simply unfolds without judgment. This is the essence of Nietzsche's idea of the innocence of becoming. He invites us to see life as a flowing river, where every ripple and wave is neither right nor wrong, it just is. In his view, moral judgments are human inventions, layers we place over reality to make sense of it. But beneath those layers, life moves with a kind of pure, untamed beauty, untouched by our ideas of virtue or sin. Nietzsche developed this thought in the late 19th century, a time when rigid moral codes dominated Western thought. He challenged the idea that suffering must be meaningful or that joy must be earned. Instead, he proposed that existence is like a child at play, spontaneous, free, and without guilt. The universe does not punish or reward. It simply unfolds. To embrace this perspective is to release the weight of constant evaluation and surrender to the natural rhythm of things. What if tonight you allowed yourself to rest in this innocence? To let go of the need to judge the day that has passed or the one that will come. The stars do not question their place in the sky, nor does the wind apologize for its direction. Perhaps there is peace in accepting that life, in its purest form, is beyond our labels. Next topic, the eternal return of the same time as cyclical rather than linear. As we release all judgment and simply witness life unfolding, we begin to sense the quiet rhythm beneath each moment. Like waves returning to shore, each experience circles back to meet us again in endless variations. This gentle recurrence reminds us that time itself may not march forward, but rather spirals like a deep, slow breath, bringing us back to familiar truths in new forms. Imagine time not as a straight line stretching endlessly forward, but as a great circle, turning back on itself again and again. This is the heart of Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of the eternal return of the same. He wondered, what if every moment, every joy, every sorrow, every breath you've taken were destined to repeat exactly as they were for all eternity, not as mere repetition, but as the very fabric of existence itself? Nietzsche first introduced this thought in his book, The Gay Science Asterisk, and later explored it more deeply in Asterisk, Thus Spoke Zarathustra Asterisk. It was his way of challenging us to consider the weight of our choices. If life were to recur infinitely, would you live it the same way? Would you find meaning in the knowledge that nothing is truly fleeting, that all things return? For Nietzsche, this wasn't just a poetic notion, it was a test of how deeply we embrace our lives. If time is cyclical, then every moment carries an eternal significance. There's a strange comfort in that. No experience is ever truly lost. No love, no lesson, no quiet evening like this one ever truly fades. As you rest here, breathing softly, consider this. If this moment were to return to you forever, would you welcome it? Would you find peace in its familiarity, or would you long for something different? And now, as your thoughts drift like leaves on a quiet river, let us turn to another of Nietzsche's stirring ideas. Next topic. The madman's prophecy, announcing God's death to unbelievers. As the cycles of time turn endlessly, like waves upon a shore, we might wonder, what if something within that rhythm has quietly changed? And in the hush of that thought, a whisper lingers, the quiet prophecy of a madman who spoke of a world where the old certainties had faded like the evening light. In the quiet of the night, let us gently explore one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most striking ideas, the madman's prophecy. The madman speaks not as someone celebrating this loss, but as one who understands the profound emptiness it leaves behind. He warns that humanity itself has killed God, not through malice, but through indifference, through turning away from faith and meaning. Nietzsche wrote this in the late 19th century, a time when science and reason were rising, and traditional religious beliefs were being questioned. The madman's cry is not just about religion fading, it's about the deeper crisis of meaning that follows. If the old foundations of morality and purpose are gone, what will replace them? The madman's words are unsettling, yet they invite us to reflect. In a world without absolute truths, how do we find our own light? As you rest here, consider this. Perhaps the death of old certainties is not an end, but an opening, a chance to create meaning for ourselves, to build something new from the silence left behind. The madman's lantern still flickers in the dark, asking us quietly, what will you hold sacred now? And now, as we let these thoughts drift like embers in the night, we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's visions, those who rise above the ordinary, seeking something greater. Next topic. The higher men, those who strive beyond ordinary existence. As the echoes of the madman's words fade into the quiet night, we begin to sense a new possibility, those who hear the call to rise above, to become more than what is ordinary, stepping softly into the light of their own becoming. Friedrich Nietzsche spoke of the higher men as those rare individuals who rise above the ordinary, who seek more than comfort or conformity. These are the ones who embrace struggle, who push beyond the limits of what is expected, not for fame or reward, but because they feel a deeper calling. Nietzsche saw them as creators, thinkers, and visionaries, those who shape the world rather than merely inhabit it. In his works particularly, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche paints the higher men as figures who endure loneliness, doubt, and hardship in their pursuit of greatness. They are not perfect, nor are they free from suffering, but they accept this suffering as part of their journey, transforming it into strength. Unlike the masses, who cling to security, the higher men dare to question, to challenge, and to live by their own values. Nietzsche believed that humanity's greatest achievements come from these individuals, artists, philosophers, and leaders who refuse to settle. Yet he also warned that the path of the higher man is not for everyone. It requires courage, discipline, and a willingness to stand apart. As you rest tonight, consider this. What does it mean to strive beyond the ordinary in your own life? Where do you feel the pull towards something greater, even if it comes with difficulty? Next topic, the spirit of gravity, what weighs down our potential. As the higher men reach beyond the ordinary, they sometimes feel a quiet pull, a gentle weight that whispers of limitations, inviting us to explore the spirit of gravity that lingers in the corners of our potential. The spirit of gravity is one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most poetic and profound ideas. He describes it as the invisible force that pulls us down, the weight of tradition, expectation, and fear that keeps us from reaching our highest potential. Nietzsche saw this heaviness not just in institutions or rules, but in the way we carry our own doubts, the way we cling to old beliefs even when they no longer serve us. He imagined it as a kind of shadow, always pressing on our shoulders, making it harder to rise, to create, to become who we truly are. Nietzsche often wrote about this concept in his later works, particularly in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where he personified the spirit of gravity as a solemn, slow-moving figure, a reminder of everything that holds us back. For Nietzsche, true freedom meant learning to recognize this weight and then, little by little, letting it go. It wasn't about rejecting all structure, but about choosing what to carry and what to release. Think of the things that weigh on you, the habits, the worries, the voices telling you what you should or shouldn't do. Some of them may be necessary, but others might just be old burdens you no longer need. What would it feel like to set them down, even just for a moment? As you drift towards sleep, imagine the spirit of gravity loosening its grip, letting you float a little lighter, a little freer. And when you wake, perhaps you'll carry just a little less. Next topic, the noontide moment, perfect balance between past and future. As we release the weight of what holds us back, we begin to feel lighter, rising toward a moment of perfect stillness, where past and future meet in the golden balance of now. Imagine a quiet afternoon, the sun hanging perfectly at its zenith, casting no shadows. This is the noontide moment, a concept from Friedrich Nietzsche that speaks of perfect balance. It's that rare point where time seems to pause, where the past and future hold equal weight, and you exist fully in the present. Nietzsche saw this as a moment of clarity, free from the burdens of regret or anxiety, where one could simply be. Nietzsche often used imagery from nature to illustrate his ideas, and the noontide moment is no exception. Picture a warm, still day, the world hushed, the air calm. In such a moment, there is no rush, no pressure to move forward or look back. It's a fleeting equilibrium, a pause in the constant flow of time. For Nietzsche, this symbolized an ideal state of mind, where one could reflect without obsession and dream without fixation. Historically, Nietzsche wrote about this in his later works, like Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where he explored themes of self-overcoming and transcendence. The noontide moment wasn't just a poetic fancy, it was a philosophical ideal, a way to live beyond the pull of nostalgia or fear. It's a reminder that peace isn't found in escaping time, but in finding stillness within it. As you rest here, consider, when was the last time you felt truly present, untouched by the weight of yesterday or the uncertainty of tomorrow? Could you, even for a moment, let yourself linger in that quiet balance? And now, as the sun begins its slow descent, we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's visions, one where humanity stands at a crossroads. Next topic. The Great Noon, humanity's moment of ultimate decision. As the noontide moment fades like a gentle sigh, we sense a deeper stillness approaching, the Great Noon, where all of humanity stands poised at the threshold of its most profound choice. Friedrich Nietzsche spoke of a moment he called the Great Noon, a time when humanity would stand at a crossroads, facing its ultimate decision. Imagine the sun at its highest point, casting no shadows, a moment of perfect clarity. Nietzsche believed this would be the time when we must choose between continuing as we are or embracing a new way of being. It's not a literal noon, of course, but a metaphor for a turning point in history, a moment of reckoning where old values fade and new ones must be created. Nietzsche lived in the 19th century, a time of great change. Science, industry, and philosophy were reshaping the world. He saw people clinging to outdated beliefs, afraid to let go. The Great Noon for him was the moment we would finally awaken to our own power, free from the illusions of religion, tradition, or blind obedience. It's a call to take responsibility for our lives, to create meaning rather than waiting for it to be given to us. As you rest here, consider this. What would your Great Noon look like? If you stood in that moment of perfect clarity, what choices would you make? Would you hold on to what's familiar or step into something new? There's no need to answer now. Just let the thought drift gently through your mind as you settle deeper into relaxation. And when you're ready, we'll explore another of Nietzsche's ideas, his critique of Christianity as life-denying, in a piece he called The Antichrist Asterisk. But for now, let yourself rest in the quiet of this moment, where even the biggest questions can wait until morning. As we contemplate humanity's moment of decision under the bright light of the great noon, we might gently wonder what shadows such illumination casts, shadows that reveal how some beliefs turn us away from embracing life's full richness. This leads us to reflect softly on how certain interpretations of faith, like those critiqued as the Antichrist, may quietly discourage the flourishing of our deepest vitality. In The Antichrist, Friedrich Nietzsche presents a bold critique of Christianity, arguing that it denies the fullness of life. Written near the end of his productive years in 1888, this work reflects his deep frustration with what he saw as a religion that glorified weakness and suppressed human potential. Nietzsche believed Christianity encouraged people to turn away from the world, to see suffering as virtuous, and to wait for rewards in an afterlife rather than embracing the present moment. For him, this was a rejection of life's natural instincts, strength, creativity, and joy. Nietzsche saw Christianity as a force that undermined the will to power, his concept of the driving energy behind human growth and excellence. He viewed its moral teachings as a way to control and tame individuals, making them passive rather than bold in shaping their own destinies. His critique wasn't just about theology. It was about how these ideas shaped culture, stifling the vibrancy he believed was essential to a flourishing life. Yet Nietzsche's words, though sharp, invite us to reflect on how we relate to our own beliefs. Do they lift us up or hold us back? Do they help us embrace life's challenges with courage, or do they encourage us to retreat? As you rest tonight, consider this. What values truly nourish your spirit and help you grow? Next topic, the transvaluation of values, creating new meanings beyond good and evil. As we release the weight of old judgments and the shadows they cast, a quiet space opens, where fresh meanings can emerge, untethered from the divisions of good and evil, like soft light breaking through at dawn. Here in this stillness, we begin to sense the possibility of new values, rising gently from within. Imagine a world where the rules you've always known, what's good, what's bad, begin to shift like sand beneath your feet. This is the essence of Nietzsche's idea of the transvaluation of values. In his work Beyond Good and Evil*, he invites us to question the moral frameworks that have shaped our lives for centuries. Nietzsche believed that traditional values, often rooted in religion or societal norms, could limit human potential. Instead, he proposed creating new meanings, ones that arise from individual strength and creativity rather than external authority. Nietzsche lived in a time when Europe was undergoing profound changes, scientific discoveries, industrialization, and the decline of religious certainty. He saw this as an opportunity to rethink morality itself. For him, values weren't fixed truths but human inventions, and thus, they could be reinvented. The transvaluation of values asks us to look beyond the binary of good and evil, to consider what might serve life more fully. It's not about chaos, but about finding deeper, more personal ways to navigate existence. As you rest here, consider this. What values do you hold because they were given to you, and which ones have you chosen for yourself? There's no need to answer now, just let the question linger softly in your mind. Next topic. The will to nothingness, when life turns against itself. As we explore the shifting landscapes of meaning beyond good and evil, we may sometimes find ourselves drawn toward a quiet surrender, where even the will to create new values softens into the gentle pull of stillness, that quiet space where life momentarily turns inward upon itself. This concept describes a strange turn life can take when suffering becomes overwhelming, when instead of seeking growth or meaning, the human spirit turns against itself, longing for emptiness, for an end to all desire. It's as if the mind, tired of struggle, begins to crave oblivion rather than fulfillment. Nietzsche saw this tendency in certain religious and philosophical traditions that deny the value of life, praising self-denial or escape from existence itself. He believed this was not wisdom, but exhaustion, a sign that the will to live had grown weary. Yet even in this darkness, he sensed something deeply human, the instinct to find some form of control, even if it meant rejecting life entirely. This idea emerged in the late 19th century, a time when Nietzsche was grappling with the decline of traditional values and the rise of nihilism. He warned that without a new foundation for meaning, humanity might spiral into despair. But he also offered hope, suggesting that even the will to nothingness could be a step toward something greater, if we learn to redirect our energy toward creation rather than destruction. As you rest here, consider this. Have you ever felt the pull of surrender, not out of defeat, but as a quiet pause before renewal? Even in stillness, there is the potential for transformation. Next topic, the eternal feminine, Nietzsche's complex view of women. As we release the weight of life turning against itself, let us gently drift toward the softer currents of thought, where Nietzsche contemplates the mysterious and eternal feminine, a force both nurturing and elusive, like the quiet pull of the moon on the tides of our understanding. Nietzsche's thoughts on women, often referred to as the eternal feminine, are layered and sometimes contradictory, inviting reflection rather than easy answers. He wrote about women in ways that could be both admiring and critical, seeing them as mysterious, powerful, and sometimes deceptive. In works like Thus Spoke Zarathustra and Beyond Good and Evil, he explored the idea that femininity holds a unique kind of wisdom, one that is intuitive, subtle, and deeply connected to life's rhythms. Historically, Nietzsche lived in a time when traditional gender roles were strictly defined, and his views often challenged or complicated these norms. He admired the strength and creativity he saw in women, but also wrestled with societal expectations and the tensions between freedom and convention. Some of his statements can seem harsh to modern ears, yet they also reveal a fascination with the complexity of feminine energy, how it shapes culture, relationships, and even philosophy itself. As you rest tonight, consider this. What does the eternal feminine mean to you? Is it a force of nature, a cultural ideal, or something more personal? Nietzsche's reflections invite us to think beyond surface judgments and embrace the mystery of human nature. Now let your mind drift toward the next idea, one that looks ahead to new ways of thinking. Next topic, the philosopher of the future who thinks beyond current limitations. As we contemplate the depths of human nature and its many mysteries, let us turn our thoughts toward those who reach beyond what we currently understand, the visionaries who see further than our present horizons, the philosophers of the future. Friedrich Nietzsche often spoke of a figure he called the philosopher of the future, a thinker who would break free from the constraints of tradition and conventional morality. Unlike the philosophers of his time, who relied on rigid systems and dogmas, this visionary would embrace uncertainty, creativity, and the ever-changing nature of truth. Nietzsche believed that humanity needed such minds to evolve beyond its current limitations, to question deeply, and to create new values rather than simply follow old ones. In the late 19th century, Nietzsche saw how society clung to outdated beliefs, whether religious, moral, or scientific. He imagined a philosopher who could dance lightly over these structures, unafraid to challenge them, yet wise enough to avoid replacing one dogma with another. This thinker would not seek absolute answers, but would instead thrive in the fluidity of thought, embracing life's contradictions without needing to resolve them. Nietzsche's own writings were an attempt to pave the way for such a mind. He used poetic language, paradox, and metaphor to shake readers from their intellectual slumber, urging them to think for themselves rather than accept inherited truths. The philosopher of the future, then, is not just a distant ideal, but an invitation to each of us to think more boldly, more playfully, and more independently. As you rest tonight, consider this. What beliefs or assumptions do you hold without question? Could there be another way of seeing, another path not yet taken? The philosopher of the future lives not in some far-off time, but in the quiet moments when we dare to think differently. Next topic, the free will problem, questioning if we truly choose freely. As we imagine a mind unbound by the present, we might wonder, where does this boundless thinking truly come from? Does it spring from our own free choices, or are we carried along by forces beyond our control? As you settle into the quiet of the evening, let's gently explore one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most thought-provoking ideas. The problem of free will. This concept invites us to question whether our choices are truly our own, or if they are shaped by forces beyond our control. Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, often challenged the assumptions we hold about freedom and autonomy, urging us to look deeper into the nature of human action. Nietzsche suggested that what we call free will might be an illusion. He believed our decisions are influenced by countless factors, our upbringing, our environment, even our biology, all weaving together in ways we rarely notice. Imagine a leaf floating on a stream. It may seem to move freely, but its path is guided by currents it cannot see. In the same way, Nietzsche wondered if our sense of control is merely a comforting story we tell ourselves. This idea wasn't entirely new. Philosophers like Spinoza and Schopenhauer had questioned free will before him, but Nietzsche brought his own sharp clarity to the debate. He saw the belief in free will as a way to assign blame or praise, a tool used by society to judge and punish. But what if, beneath it all, we are simply part of a vast, interconnected web of cause and effect? As you drift towards sleep, consider this. If our choices aren't entirely free, does that make them any less meaningful? Or does it invite us to approach ourselves and others with greater compassion? Next topic. The error of free will, how this concept misleads us. As we gently release the weight of deciding what is truly free, let's rest in the quiet realization that perhaps the idea of free will itself is simply a comforting illusion. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, had a way of challenging the ideas we take for granted. One of his most unsettling thoughts was his rejection of free will. He called it an error, a misleading concept that distorts how we understand ourselves and our actions. Nietzsche believed that the idea of free will was invented, not discovered. It emerged from religious and moral traditions that needed someone to blame or praise for their choices. But in reality, he argued, our actions are shaped by countless forces: our biology, our upbringing, the circumstances of our lives. We like to think we are the authors of our decisions, but Nietzsche saw this as an illusion. He traced this belief back to Christianity, where free will was necessary to justify punishment and reward in the afterlife. Without it, the moral system would collapse. But Nietzsche, ever the skeptic, saw this as a way to control people, not a truth about human nature. What if we let go of this idea? What if, instead of blaming ourselves or others for every mistake, we accepted that life is a web of causes and effects beyond our control? It might feel unsettling at first, but it could also bring a strange kind of peace, a release from the weight of constant judgment. As you rest tonight, consider this. If free will is an illusion, what does that mean for guilt, for pride, for the stories we tell ourselves about who we are? Next topic. The myth of moral facts, morality as human creation, not discovery. As we release the illusion of free will, we can gently turn our attention to another comforting thought, that morality, too, is not something we must uncover, but rather a soft creation of our shared human experience. Imagine a world where right and wrong are not fixed truths, waiting to be discovered like hidden treasures. Instead, picture morality as something woven by human hands, shaped by time, culture, and individual perspective. He suggested that morality isn't an eternal law written in the stars, but a human creation, a tapestry of values stitched together over centuries. Nietzsche lived in the 19th century, a time when many still believed in absolute moral rules handed down by religion or philosophy. But he challenged this, arguing that what we call good or evil changes across societies and eras. What one culture praises, another condemns. There are no moral facts, only interpretations, shifting like sand beneath our feet. This idea can feel unsettling at first, but it also offers a kind of freedom. If morality is something we shape, then we have the power to examine it, to question it, even to refine it. Nietzsche didn't dismiss morality entirely. He simply asked us to see it for what it is, a human project, not a divine decree. As you rest here, consider this. What if the rules you live by are not fixed but fluid? How might that change the way you see your choices, your beliefs, or even your dreams? And now, let this thought drift away as we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's profound ideas. Next topic. The art of self-overcoming, constantly surpassing one's current self. As we release the idea of fixed moral truths, we open ourselves to the gentle flow of growth, where each moment invites us to rise beyond who we were before, like water shaping its own path downstream. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, often spoke of life as a journey of continuous transformation. One of his most profound ideas is the art of self-overcoming, the notion that we must constantly strive to surpass our current selves. He saw this as the essence of human greatness, not settling for who we are but always reaching for who we might become. Nietzsche believed that stagnation is the enemy of a meaningful life. Just as a river flows and changes course, we too must embrace growth, shedding old limitations and embracing new possibilities. This isn't about harsh self-criticism, but about gentle, persistent evolution, like a tree growing taller, its roots deepening with time. In his writings, Nietzsche often used the metaphor of climbing a mountain. Each step upward represents a new challenge, a new layer of understanding. The higher we climb, the more we see, and the more we realize how much further we can go. This process is never-ending, not because we fail to reach a final destination, but because growth itself is the destination. Think of how a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, not by resisting change, but by surrendering to it. Nietzsche's idea of self-overcoming invites us to welcome transformation with the same quiet trust, knowing that every stage of our journey has its own beauty and purpose. As you rest tonight, consider this. What small step could you take tomorrow to gently move beyond who you are today? Next topic, the ladder of existential growth, stages towards self-mastery. As we learn to rise above our current selves, we begin to notice the quiet steps beneath us, each one a gentle invitation to climb higher on the ladder of our own becoming. Imagine a ladder, not one made of wood or metal, but of experiences and realizations. Friedrich Nietzsche envisioned personal growth as a series of steps, each one bringing us closer to self-mastery. He called this the ladder of existential growth, a path where we shed old beliefs, face our fears, and gradually become who we truly are. Nietzsche believed that life isn't about reaching a final destination, but about the continual process of climbing. The first steps might be painful, letting go of comfort, questioning traditions, or confronting our own limitations. But with each rung, we grow stronger, wiser, and more attuned to our inner voice. He saw this as the essence of the Übermensch, or the overman, a person who creates their own values rather than following those imposed by society. Historically, Nietzsche wrote during a time of great change, when old religious and moral systems were being questioned. He urged people to embrace uncertainty, to see struggle not as suffering, but as necessary for growth. His ideas were radical then, but today they remind us that transformation is a slow, deliberate ascent, one that requires patience and courage. As you rest tonight, consider this. Where are you on your own ladder? Are you clinging to a familiar step, or are you ready to reach for the next one? Growth doesn't demand haste, it only asks for awareness. Next topic. The danger of pity, how compassion can weaken. As we climb the ladder of self-mastery, we may pause to extend a hand to others, yet sometimes, in our kindness, we forget that true compassion must also nurture strength, not dependence. Let us gently explore how pity, though well-intentioned, can sometimes soften the resolve we've worked so hard to build. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, often challenged conventional wisdom, and his thoughts on pity were no exception. He believed that while compassion might seem like a virtue, it could also carry hidden dangers. In his view, pity could weaken both the giver and the receiver, creating a cycle of dependence rather than empowerment. Nietzsche saw pity as a form of condescension, a way of looking down on others instead of truly helping them grow stronger. For Nietzsche, true strength came from overcoming hardship, not from being shielded from it. He argued that excessive pity could rob people of their resilience, making them passive in the face of suffering. Instead of fostering growth, it might keep them trapped in their struggles. This idea was radical for his time, when compassion was often unquestioningly praised as a moral good. Yet Nietzsche's perspective invites us to reflect. Is there a balance between kindness and enabling weakness? Can we offer support without diminishing another's strength? These questions linger in the quiet spaces of our minds, inviting us to consider how we engage with the suffering of others and ourselves. As we drift toward rest, let's gently ponder, when has pity helped and when has it hindered? And how might we offer care in a way that uplifts rather than undermines? Next topic, the intellectual conscience, honesty in one's thinking. As we release the weight of pity and its hidden burdens, let us turn inward with quiet honesty, where the gentle light of our intellectual conscience awaits, inviting us to think with clarity and kindness toward ourselves. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century German philosopher, often challenged us to think deeply about our beliefs and the honesty behind them. One of his most intriguing ideas is the concept of the intellectual conscience, the call to be truthful in our thinking, even when it's uncomfortable. Unlike the moral conscience, which guides our actions, the intellectual conscience asks us to examine the foundations of our thoughts. Are we accepting ideas because they're easy, familiar, or comforting? Or are we willing to question them, no matter where that leads? Nietzsche believed that most people live with unexamined assumptions, inherited from tradition or society, without ever questioning their validity. He saw this as a kind of intellectual laziness, a refusal to engage with the deeper, sometimes unsettling truths of existence. The intellectual conscience, then, is the voice that urges us to think clearly, to doubt, and to seek understanding, even if it means letting go of long-held beliefs. Imagine standing at the edge of a quiet forest at dusk, the air still and the light fading. In that moment, you might feel the weight of your own thoughts, the ones you've carried without question. Nietzsche invites you to listen, not to the noise of the world, but to the quiet voice within, the one that asks, "Do I truly believe this?" As you drift toward sleep, consider this. What is one belief you've never questioned, and what might happen if you did? Next topic, the path of the creator, building new values courageously. As we embrace the quiet honesty of our thoughts, we begin to sense the gentle stirring of something new, a creative courage that invites us to shape fresh values from the depths of our inner truth. Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote that to truly live, one must not only follow existing values, but also have the courage to create new ones. He called this the path of the creator, a journey of breaking free from inherited beliefs and daring to shape meaning for oneself. In his works like Thus Spoke Zarathustra *, Nietzsche imagined the creator as someone who carves their own path, unafraid of the uncertainty that comes with forging something new. Nietzsche lived in a time when traditional religious and moral frameworks were being questioned. He saw this as an opportunity, not for chaos, but for individuals to take responsibility for their own values. The creator, in his view, is like an artist shaping a sculpture from raw stone. It requires patience, strength, and a willingness to stand apart from the crowd. This idea can feel daunting, but it's also deeply freeing. Imagine the quiet confidence of someone who no longer seeks approval from old rules, but instead listens to their own inner voice. There's a calm in that self-trust, a stillness in knowing you are the author of your own life. As you rest tonight, consider this. What small value or belief might you gently reshape to better reflect who you truly are? There's no need to rush. Creation is a slow, thoughtful process, much like falling asleep. And now, as we prepare to drift further into Nietzsche's wisdom, we turn to a quieter truth, one about the loneliness that often accompanies deep honesty. Next topic, the solitude of truth, how truth-tellers stand alone. As we walk the path of the Creator, shaping new truths with courage, we may find that truth often reveals itself in quiet solitude, where the voice within speaks clearly, even when standing alone. Friedrich Nietzsche once observed that those who speak difficult truths often stand alone. He called this the solitude of truth. Imagine a quiet night where the world sleeps, but one person remains awake, seeing things as they truly are. This is the fate of the truth-teller, isolated, yet unshaken. Nietzsche believed that truth is rarely comfortable or convenient. It challenges what people accept without question, and so the one who speaks it may find themselves misunderstood, even rejected. History is filled with such figures, thinkers, artists, and visionaries who dared to question the norms of their time. Galileo, for instance, faced exile for declaring that the earth moved around the sun. Socrates drank poison for asking too many uncomfortable questions. Nietzsche himself was often ignored or criticized in his lifetime. Yet he saw this solitude not as a curse, but as a necessary part of the journey toward deeper understanding. There's a quiet strength in standing apart, in holding fast to what you know is true, even when no one else sees it yet. The truth-teller walks a lonely path, but their footsteps carve the way for others to follow. Perhaps in your own life, you felt this solitude, when you saw something clearly that others refused to acknowledge. As you rest tonight, consider this. Is there a truth you carry quietly within you, one that waits for the right moment to be spoken? And if so, what gives you the courage to hold it? Now, let your thoughts drift like starlight as we prepare to explore the dance of stars, a cosmic metaphor for human potential. As the truth-teller stands alone under the vast night sky, let your gaze drift upward to the stars, each one a silent reminder that even in solitude, we are part of something infinitely greater, dancing to the same cosmic rhythm of possibility. Imagine the night sky, vast and endless, dotted with countless stars. Each one glows with its own light, moving in perfect harmony with the others, yet following its own path. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century philosopher, saw this cosmic dance as a metaphor for human potential. He believed that, like the stars, each of us carries a unique brilliance, a destiny waiting to unfold. But unlike the stars, we have the freedom to choose how we shine, whether dimly or with radiant intensity. Nietzsche often spoke of becoming who we are, a process he compared to the slow, deliberate movements of celestial bodies. Just as stars are born from chaos, we too emerge from our struggles, shaped by our experiences. The dance of the stars reminds us that growth is not linear but cyclical, filled with moments of darkness and light. Nietzsche encouraged us to embrace this rhythm, to find beauty in both the stillness and the motion. In his writings, he challenged the idea of fixed destinies, urging us to create our own meaning. The stars do not question their place in the sky, they simply are. Similarly, Nietzsche invited us to stop doubting our worth and instead step into our own brilliance, unapologetically and without fear. As you gaze inward tonight, consider this. What if your life, like a star, is part of a grander dance? What light do you carry, waiting to be seen? Next topic, the midnight bell moment of deepest reflection. As the stars whisper their silent wisdom, let their light guide you inward, where the quiet chime of the midnight bell calls you to a deeper stillness. The midnight bell tolls softly in the quiet hours, marking a moment of deep reflection. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century philosopher, often wrote about the power of solitude and the stillness of night. He believed that in these hushed moments, when the world is asleep, we confront our truest thoughts, unfiltered by the noise of the day. The midnight bell symbolizes this quiet confrontation, a time when the mind turns inward, free from distractions, to ponder life's deepest questions. Nietzsche saw the night as a canvas for introspection. In his works, he described how darkness strips away illusions, leaving only raw, unfiltered truth. The midnight bell is not just a sound, but an invitation to pause, to listen, to reflect. It calls us to embrace the silence, to sit with our thoughts without fear or haste. This idea resonates with his broader philosophy, which often emphasized the importance of self-awareness and the courage to face uncomfortable truths. As you lie here wrapped in the quiet, imagine the distant chime of that bell. What does it stir in you? What thoughts rise to the surface when the world is still? Nietzsche would remind us that these moments are rare gifts, opportunities to know ourselves more deeply, without the masks we wear by daylight. And as the echo of the bell fades, let your mind drift gently toward the next thought, like waves lapping at the shore. Next topic: the whispering waves, nature's indifference to human concerns. As the echoes of the midnight bell fade into silence, let yourself drift toward the shore, where the whispering waves remind us that nature moves in its own timeless rhythm, untouched by our fleeting thoughts. The waves roll in, one after another, with no concern for who watches them or what troubles weigh on the human heart. They crash upon the shore, retreat, and return again in an endless rhythm, untouched by joy or sorrow. This is the indifference of nature, a concept Friedrich Nietzsche often reflected upon. He saw the natural world as neither cruel nor kind. It simply exists, following its own laws without regard for human hopes or fears. Nietzsche's observations remind us that the universe does not bend to our desires. Storms do not rage to punish us, nor do gentle breezes blow to comfort us. Nature operates beyond morality, beyond judgment. In his works, Nietzsche encouraged embracing this truth rather than resisting it. By accepting nature's indifference, we free ourselves from the need to see meaning in every event. Instead, we can find peace in the vast, unchanging cycles of the world around us. Think of the ocean at night, its dark waters stretching endlessly under the stars. The waves whisper secrets older than humanity itself, carrying no answers, only the quiet certainty of their own motion. There's a strange comfort in knowing that some things remain untouched by our struggles, a reminder that we, too, are part of something much larger. As you rest tonight, consider this. If nature is indifferent, does that make our moments of joy and connection even more precious? Next topic: the laughing sage wisdom found in joyful lightness. As the waves whisper their timeless truths, we begin to see that even in nature's indifference, there is a quiet invitation to let go, just as the laughing sage reminds us that wisdom often arrives not in solemnity, but in the lightness of joy. Friedrich Nietzsche once spoke of the laughing sage, a figure who carries wisdom not with solemn gravity, but with lightness and joy. This idea comes from his belief that true understanding doesn't always require seriousness. Sometimes, the deepest truths are found in laughter and play. Nietzsche admired those who could dance through life's challenges, seeing humor as a way to rise above suffering rather than be crushed by it. In his writings, particularly in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche introduces Zarathustra as a teacher who laughs, a contrast to the stern prophets of old. The laughing sage doesn't deny life's difficulties, but chooses to meet them with a light heart. This perspective reflects Nietzsche's broader philosophy, that embracing life fully means accepting both its beauty and its chaos without despair. Imagine wisdom not as a heavy burden, but as a feather carried by the wind. The laughing sage doesn't cling to rigid truths, but moves freely, finding joy even in uncertainty. For Nietzsche, this was a sign of strength, an ability to face existence with courage and a smile. As you rest tonight, consider this. What if the weight of your thoughts could dissolve into laughter? What if the answers you seek are found not in struggle, but in letting go? Next topic, the tightrope walker balancing between human and overhuman. As the laughter of the sage fades into the quiet night, let us gently step onto the delicate path of balance, where lightness meets the steady focus of the tightrope walker, poised between what we are and what we may become. Imagine a tightrope walker, high above the crowd, carefully placing one foot in front of the other. Every step is a delicate balance between falling and moving forward. Friedrich Nietzsche used this image to describe the human condition, the journey between who we are and who we might become. He called this the path from human to overhuman, or Übermensch asterisk, a being who transcends limitations and creates their own values. Nietzsche saw life as a series of challenges, much like walking a tightrope. We are suspended between our old ways of thinking and the potential for something greater. The tightrope walker represents courage, focus, and the willingness to risk falling in pursuit of growth. For Nietzsche, this wasn't just about physical or intellectual strength, but about embracing uncertainty with grace. This idea comes from Thus Spoke Zarathustra asterisk, where Nietzsche's prophet-like character watches a tightrope walker perform, only to see him fall. The moment is tragic yet meaningful, a reminder that striving for greatness carries risk, but without that risk, there is no progress. The tightrope walker's fall isn't failure, it's part of the journey. As you rest tonight, consider your own tightrope. Where do you feel the tension between comfort and growth, between who you are and who you could be? There's no need to rush. Balance is found in patience, not force. And as you drift towards sleep, let your thoughts gently turn to another of Nietzsche's profound ideas, waiting just beyond this one. Next topic, the shadow of God, religion's lingering effects after belief fades. As we release the tension of that delicate balance, let us sink into the quiet space where old beliefs once stood, like shadows cast by a setting sun, still lingering even as the light fades away. Friedrich Nietzsche once spoke of the shadow of God, how even after belief in religion fades, its influence lingers like a long twilight. He observed that when people stop believing in God, they don't immediately abandon the moral and cultural frameworks shaped by religion. Instead, they continue to live by its echoes, as if the divine had cast a shadow that remains even when the light has gone. Nietzsche saw this in the 19th century, a time when science and reason were challenging old beliefs. People no longer needed God to explain the world, yet they still clung to religious ideas of good and evil, purpose and meaning. The shadow, he argued, was a kind of habit, a way of thinking so deeply ingrained that it outlasted the faith that birthed it. This idea invites us to reflect. How much of what we consider natural or obvious is actually the lingering imprint of something we no longer believe? Our sense of justice, our ideas of guilt, even our longing for transcendence. Might these too be shadows, slowly fading in the dawn of new ways of thinking? As you rest tonight, consider this gentle question. If the old gods have departed, what new light might eventually replace their shadow? And now, let us drift toward the next thought, the music of existence, where life itself becomes an aesthetic phenomenon. Even as the echoes of divinity fade into silence, we begin to hear the softer, older music, the quiet hum of existence itself, where life unfolds not as doctrine, but as a delicate, ever-changing melody. Imagine life not as a problem to be solved, but as a piece of music to be experienced. This was one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most poetic ideas, that existence is best understood as an aesthetic phenomenon, like a symphony unfolding in time. For Nietzsche, the meaning of life wasn't found in rigid moral codes or logical systems, but in the beauty of creation, the rhythm of struggle and joy, and the artistry of living itself. Born in 1844, Nietzsche was a philosopher who often wrote with the soul of a poet. He saw the world not through cold analysis, but with the sensitivity of an artist. In his early work, influenced by the music of Wagner, he proposed that life gains its deepest significance when we embrace it as a work of art, full of tension, harmony, and fleeting moments of transcendence. Even suffering, he suggested, could be part of this grand composition, adding depth and contrast to the melody of existence. As you rest tonight, consider this. What if your life were a song? What notes would linger in the air? Would it be a quiet lullaby, a bold crescendo, or something still unwritten? There's no right answer, only the invitation to listen, to feel, and to appreciate the music as it plays. And now let your thoughts drift like echoes fading into silence as we prepare to explore another of Nietzsche's visions, one of dormant power and quiet possibility. Next topic, the sleeping mountain, vast potential waiting to awaken. As the last notes of existence's melody fade into silence, we find ourselves resting in the quiet presence of the sleeping mountain, where all potential rests peacefully beneath a blanket of stars. Imagine a great mountain, silent and still under the blanket of night. It stands unmoving, wrapped in shadows, its peaks hidden in the clouds. To the casual observer, it may seem dormant, even lifeless. But beneath its quiet surface lies immeasurable power, volcanic fire, shifting tectonic forces, the slow growth of roots in stone. The mountain does not sleep idly. It gathers strength, waiting for the moment of its awakening. This is the image Friedrich Nietzsche might have had in mind when he spoke of human potential. The German philosopher, writing in the late 19th century, believed that most people live as if asleep, unaware of the vast reserves of creativity, will, and transformation within them. Like the mountain, we often mistake stillness for emptiness, forgetting that beneath the surface, something extraordinary stirs. Nietzsche urged us to awaken, not violently, but with the slow, inevitable force of a sunrise touching the highest peaks. He saw society as too comfortable in its slumber, clinging to old beliefs and routines without questioning whether they still served a purpose. But within each person, he believed, lay the possibility of something greater, a higher self waiting to emerge. The sleeping mountain does not rush its eruption. It moves in its own time, shaped by forces deeper than the eye can see. As you rest tonight, consider this. What potential lies quietly within you, waiting for the right moment to rise? What might you become if you allowed yourself to awaken, not all at once, but gradually, like the first light touching the horizon? Next topic, the twilight of idols, questioning all unquestioned values. As the mountain rests in quiet stillness, its unspoken wisdom invites us to gently question the foundations of our own beliefs, like twilight softening the edges of long-held certainties. In The Twilight of Idols, Friedrich Nietzsche invites us to examine the foundations of our deepest beliefs. Written near the end of his productive life in 1888, this work is a piercing critique of the moral and philosophical assumptions that shape society. Nietzsche challenges us to question what we take for granted, the values, traditions, and ideals that often go unexamined. He calls this process a twilight because it represents the fading of old certainties, making way for new ways of thinking. Nietzsche believed that many of our so-called truths were merely inherited habits, worn-out ideas passed down without scrutiny. He urged his readers to approach life with a hammer, not to destroy, but to tap lightly on the idols of convention, listening for the hollow sound of unquestioned dogma. This is not about rejecting all values, but about testing their strength, seeing which ones hold up under thoughtful reflection. The tone of The Twilight of Idols is bold. yet beneath its sharpness lies a quiet invitation to think for oneself, to live more authentically. As you rest tonight, consider this. What is one belief you've never questioned? Not to discard it, but simply to understand it more deeply. Sometimes the most profound peace comes not from certainty, but from the gentle courage to wonder. Next topic, the starry night above, final contemplation of infinite possibilities. As we release the weight of old certainties, let our minds drift upward like wisps of smoke, dissolving into the vast and silent expanse of the night sky, where infinite possibilities shimmer like distant stars. As you settle into the quiet of the night, let your mind drift toward the vast expanse above, the starry sky that has inspired wonder for centuries. Friedrich Nietzsche, the 19th century philosopher, often gazed upward, finding in the infinite cosmos a mirror for human possibility. He saw the night sky not as a cold, distant void, but as an invitation, a canvas where our deepest dreams and fears could unfold without limits. Nietzsche believed that the universe holds no predetermined meaning, no fixed path. Instead, it offers endless potential, much like the countless stars shimmering in the dark. This idea, both liberating and humbling, invites us to consider our own place in the grand tapestry. Are we bound by the expectations of others, or can we, like the stars, carve our own light into the darkness? In his writings, Nietzsche often returned to the image of the night sky as a metaphor for the human spirit. Just as the stars burn brightly against the void, so too can we find meaning in our own way, even when the world feels vast and indifferent. The stillness of the night, he suggested, is the perfect time to reflect on this, when the noise of the day fades and the infinite whispers its quiet truths. As you lie here, breathing slowly, imagine the stars above, each one a reminder that you, too, are part of something boundless. What small light will you kindle in the darkness? What possibility will you embrace as you drift into sleep? Let the stars guide you gently, as Nietzsche once did, into dreams of infinite becoming.